It's blowing up a storm out there. I don't know how you survived the transport in, seeing how no one else did.
Would you rather I didn't?
Depends on why you're here and they're not. And trust me, we're going to stay in this interrogation room until I get some answers.
And when does the interrogation begin? You haven't asked a question. We should start soon before your commanding officer realizes I am gone.
Listen here, smartass. We're not on Earth anymore. On Mars, rules tend to be laxer regarding police brutality, and we proud members of the Galactic Security Services embrace it fully. You with me?
I know. We are not supposed to be here, Officer Salt. I heard your commander refusing your request to speak to me. They think you're crazy, and maybe you are. Whether we are on Earth or Mars, an interrogation cannot begin until you've asked a question.
God damn it! It's blowing up a storm out there,
Officer Salt. Salt, as in Direct Transit Commander Sheldon Salt. He was the last to die. Is that why we're here? Is that why you are risking your career to see me? Those are questions, officer. Feel free to answer them and then ask your own.
Eva, I know you can tell me what happened on Mars Transit Tram 13. My CO sees you as a broken survivor. I saw the bodies. I know what you've been through a lot. But I can hear it between those damn clicks. You know more than you're saying. You want a question? What happened between here and the titanium mines? What happened to your DTC Sheldon Salt?
Do you mean what happened to your brother?
Yes, Eva. Please, tell me what happened to Sheldon.
Officer Salt, all you had to do was ask. We arrived at the mines aboard the Mars Transit Tram 13 at 2000 hours. As you know by now, I am the train's conductor and Direct Transit Commander Salt, second in command. I stayed aboard the MTT-13 while the loading crew left the tram in search for our next titanium shipment. When nothing was found prepared and we failed to make any contact with the station, Sheldon ordered me to leave my post and lead another contingent of crew members to investigate the mines themselves on the surface of Mars. Right away, we knew something was wrong. Even late at night, work in the titanium mines never stops. It was the first time I had heard complete silence on Mars. Of course, it wasn't
blowing up a storm,
as you so eloquently put it. But it was strange all the same. There was not a body on the streets, not a single person leaving or returning to work. I had a gut feeling that if we looked in the barracks, we would not like what we would find.
Did you look?
I never got the chance. A man came stumbling from the mines themselves. He was covered in blood and screaming at us to run. We almost shot him on sight. He claimed to be one of the miners. He told us that no one was left and that we had to get out before it came back. Your brother came over the radio then. He told us to meet him back at the loading bay, that we were leaving the Mars mines with or without the titanium shipment. I obeyed the order. We secured the survivor and all reboarded the Mars Transit Tram 13. It was about 2100 hours.
Eva, what happened on the train?
Death. It started with your brother telling us what he found in the miners' mess hall. Piles of discarded and mutilated bodies were strewn across the tabletops. Sheldon said that they looked picked at, like roadkill that has had its eyes gouged by starving crows, like the leftovers of a hungry child that only eats their favorite parts of the meat. He vomited when he described it. Sheldon interrogated the survivor, much like you are doing now. The bloody man said a lot of things, much that did not make sense, and forced DTC Salt to strike him. It seems you and your brother have a lot in common.
Come on, Eva, get on with it.
I am only pointing out the similarities between siblings. Like you, your brother was very impatient, but eventually the bloody man just kept saying the same thing, no matter what Sheldon asked or did to him. See your own eyes, and you're dead inside.
See your own eyes, and you're dead inside? What the hell does that mean?
It started with one of the loading crew. We left him to guard the survivor. DTC Salt dismissed the others for rest and recreation, while we discussed the situation in the locomotive. We heard the prisoner's screams from the makeshift jail within the caboose. When we arrived, the guard was missing, but the crumpled, deformed mass of the survivor from Mars was left in the corner of his cell. His eyes were gouged out, and his tongue was absent. His face looked frozen in terror, as if he had seen exactly what we feared. We split up in search of the crew member and answers.
What happened to him?
I don't know for sure, but I think we left the original crew member's body back at the titanium mines of Mars. Whatever was with us on the MTT-13 was not, and never had been, human. It happened quickly then. Bodies started dropping one by one. Every time I would come across the survivor on the speeding train, they would talk about insane things, like seeing a demented, hollow-eyed copy of themselves. Eventually, I stopped finding survivors and started finding mutilated corpses. Roadkill.
And Sheldon? What happened to Sheldon?
We holed up in the locomotive. It was almost 2,400 hours. I had left the tram on autopilot. Soon we would arrive at Capital City. We only needed to hold out a little while longer against the entity from Mars. We even joked about Galactic Security Services Officer Salt swooping in to save us. But Sheldon, he said something. He said he saw something strange amongst the shadows and carnage throughout the tram. What did he say? He said, see your own eyes, and you're dead inside. Don't you see, Officer Salt? Your brother didn't leave me any choice.
So you killed him. You killed him before he could change? I think I understand. He was already dead. You had to kill him to survive. They won't believe you, Eva. They are gonna try to pin it all on you. They'll never believe that some monster from Mars killed all those people?
I don't. You see, I don't need dead men to believe anything, Officer Salt.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Stop this! I'm warning you! I'm warning you! Eva, stay back!
See your own eyes, and you're dead inside. Look into my eyes, Officer Salt.
It's blowing up a storm out there.
Hello, this is Dr. Edmund Walker. Most people call me Ed. I don't know who will end up listening to this, or even if you should, but I am a scientist and believe that some information should be available to those who seek it. So whether you're an officer of the Galactic Security Services, who has finally arrested me for desertion, or a nosy drifter that happened upon this tape, either way, the story I'm about to tell you is not an invitation. It's a warning. When I was a boy growing up in Georgia, it was a dream of mine that one day I would work for NASA. Well, I actually did. Not as a brave astronaut like I always imagined, but as a temporary hire with a fancy title. Mission Specialist Ed Walker is what they called me. It's been years since humanity managed to colonize on Mars. Thankfully, this venture brought all of Earth's nations even closer together. Who would have thought that something like a massive arc to space would bring about world peace? People unified and have been thriving on the red planet. Instead of ambitions to reach outer space, I found myself dreaming of making it to Mars itself and being one of the scientists that gets to delve further into the planet's unknown and mysterious history. My father always said, you should be careful what you wish for. Damn it. They called it the parallel anomaly. It's an immaturely described glass-like gateway into another dimension. When I was brought aboard the project, I was informed that the anomaly's existence was to remain top secret. That until what it was and where it came from had been established, there was no need to disturb our hard-sought peace. At the times, I saw their intentions as level-headed, even noble. Noble my ass. They just didn't want to deal with the red tape of a dozen nations to send me in, and I was too excited to notice. Now that I look back, I see it as a hard lesson. Some things, man, just shouldn't poke their noses into. Sometimes we should just run. Well, I did it. Run, that is. I shoved my nose right on in. NASA and the boys at GSS made it easy. They said they needed me. That my theory and study regarding the existence of alternate and varying dimensions of reality was crucial to researching man's most recent discovery on Mars. I took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. I didn't ask questions about risk or dangers. Not when they strapped me into a shuttle for the first time and shot me to Mars. Not when they took me on an overhead viewpoint of the anomaly, where I ignored a perfectly circle of armed guards and wired fence line. And of course, I said affirmative when they asked me, do you understand all risk and possibilities of harm you are subjecting yourself to? I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. I was staring. It was more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. While they shoved a helmet over my head, I stood several yards away from the parallel anomaly. I almost cried. It was an intimidating 10 feet in height, and its width pushed between 2 and 5 feet. It was like liquid glass that rippled and scattered outwards until it dissipated into Mars's empty atmosphere. It looked like chrome, reflective and shiny. I felt as if I was seeing the face of God himself. Yeah, God. You know something? I think God turned his back on Mars a long time ago. He certainly wasn't watching out for me that day. They hooked me up to a giant tow wrench. They told me that no matter what happens, I would be securely tethered, and there was no risk of me simply disappearing. I guess they'd hope I would sacrifice myself in the name of science and jump headfirst into another reality. God knows, I wanted to. The first steps I took into the circle of guards were timid. Whether I wanted to admit it to myself or not, I was afraid. The closer I got, the more I noticed that the anomaly was softly pulsing. It was as if it were breathing. I felt like it was pulling me, drawing me closer and closer towards it. A wave of healing warmth and comfort washed over me. So, I let it. Eventually, I was standing within arm's reach. The chrome rippling surface solidified when I drew near, and I could see my own reflection inside, like a breathing mirror. And then, I saw it. The murky, shadowy visage of a person on the other side. It was as if they were standing just behind me. I even turned around, but I only saw the men and women I had passed previously. They looked on with wide eyes and open mouths from a safe distance. There was no one standing behind me on the surface of Mars. But when I looked back into the anomaly, it was there. The Shadow Man. He drew closer and closer until I could make out his face. Damn it. It was my father in the mirror. He stood behind me and smiled. I felt as if he were proud of me. More people started showing up. My mother, little sister, grandparents, and even my best friend that passed away long ago. Loved ones I had lost and never thought I would see again were all there. They were all on the other side of the parallel anomaly, all with bright smiles. They were there. All of them. I could see them, and all I needed to do was reach out and I would feel my mother's face again. I plunged my fully covered arm into the void and waited for a feeling. Any sensation that would satisfy a need that had been building since I first laid my eyes on the anomaly. Please, I thought, please take me with you. The feelings began slow. It started at my fingertips and gradually moved up my wrist until it engulfed my arm entirely. My heart didn't want to admit it, but my brain knew that my skin was on fire. I looked to their faces for answers. Their smiles were gone. They were screaming. They were in pain. Invisible flames had consumed them, and their flesh was melting away. I could see nothing but skin melting into bone, and the frantic eyes of my mother and father that seemed to say, "Please, please take us with you." But I couldn't. I couldn't move. I couldn't break free. They were holding me inside. I started screaming, "Pull me back! Pull me back! For the love of God, pull me back! You bastards!" The toe wrench couldn't reel me in fast enough. Every second felt like an eternity. I watched my reflection in the anomaly as my own flesh melted away and exposed the stark white of my bones beneath. I screamed in the other dimension, and I screamed in this one. As a scientist, I can't explain it. When they managed to get me out of the suit, my flesh was fine. The suit didn't suffer any damage, and neither did my arm. Even now, it burns like a forgotten scar. The pain I felt never truly goes away. It's only dulled my senses to the point that I just don't notice it anymore. No. As a scientist, I cannot explain what happened on Mars, but as a man, I believe evil has infested Mars itself. I, Ed Walker, reached into the abyss and somehow I survived the cold touch of hell's fire.
Who would have thought that Elon Musk's project would eventually lead to the colonization of Mars? In a matter of 25 years, we went from not being able to send a manned mission to the Red Planet to generating an artificial atmosphere and a subsequent development of agriculture. We were also able to release underground water sources that flooded the surface, allowing the development of life in its entirety. The sudden development of space technology opened the doors to countless possibilities. In less than a breath, civilization began to be built. Homes were erected, gardens were planted, and dreams began to blossom. It was then that the concern of something we'd never considered flooded the minds of all of us who watched space with longing. Would only the rich have the right to colonize the new world? Thinking about travel costs and the value of a house on Mars was terrifying, impossible to pay for ordinary people like me. Oddly, things didn't happen that way. All citizens of Earth had the opportunity to participate in a lottery to win a place on the shuttles. The only requirement needed was to pass an IQ test, have no criminal record, and be willing to go through the physical conditioning necessary to get used to the new gravity. Despite what it seems, there are not many people interested in leaving their comfortable lives on Earth to start from scratch in the colony, so we weren't more than 5,000 who arrived on Mars in search of a new home. We were assigned by family in apartment buildings built around the center of the first space city. Its name was Prometheus, and it was huge, competing with the cosmopolitan cities of the Earth. Belonging to the colony wasn't like going on a space vacation. Jobs were assigned from Earth, and when we arrived at Prometheus, we already knew what our duties to help the community were. We also had a bi-monthly shipment of supplies while our crops finished growing. Time went by, and the group of strangers with whom I arrived on a planet devoid of life found the order and solidarity that we didn't have on Earth. Life was peaceful and harmonious until we saw the comet approaching. This comet was a rather large rock that left a trail of light behind it as it approached absurdly fast towards Prometheus. It was really weird. This comet had come out of nowhere. No satellite had detected it before it was too late. Regardless of the planet's rotation, the comet always adjusted its route towards us, as if it was being controlled by someone. This rock became the main source of concern in the city. For the first time in the 7 years we'd been living there, we felt threatened by something we couldn't control. It's complicated to explain how this news disturbed the peace that had reigned in our city. Prometheus, for all of us, was the new Garden of Eden, a place full of joy that had not been stained by sin. Prometheus is such a wonderful city that we can boast that our unemployment and crime rate was equal to 0. Any inconvenience in the town was solved by public assemblies where peace and cordiality were advocated. We all had a role to play to contribute to society, and we worked like a well-oiled clock. The definition of paradise, without a doubt. Due to the social and pacifist nature of Prometheus, we had no need for any military weaponry that would allow us to destroy the comet. From Earth, none of the governments in the different countries had the adequate position to exploit the rock without putting us in danger. Even if they wanted to send us the necessary weaponry, it wouldn't reach Mars before the collision. We had no choice but to watch as the comet came closer and closer, threatening our lives. About 3 months had passed when, almost by divine intervention, the comet changed its trajectory at the last second, crashing more than 100 miles from the edge of the Martian city. To our fortune, the impact hadn't caused any relevant damage. The dust cloud that was raised didn't even come close to our crops. Once the fear of death left us, we gathered in the central square to organize an assembly. Most of the people who signed up for the lottery were science lovers or sci-fi nerds, so we quickly decided to establish a commission to organize the recovery of the comet. This was not only for the economic benefit that it could represent to us with respect to the Earth. The rocks that travel through space usually contain one or another precious metal inside them, but because our scientific spirit asked for it. After a long discussion, we agreed that the best strategy was to send the fittest young individuals. So we made a quick evaluation and generated a recovery team that would recover the remains. Fortunately, I was chosen for the mission. In Prometheus, there were very few means of transport. The city in good weather could be covered on foot in 2 hours, so we were forced to reassemble several elderly auxiliary cars to create a vehicle strong enough to traverse the rocky soil of Mars without being destroyed. At the same time, we were given a GPS adapted to the solar system that indicated where the foreign body was located, and a set of ropes, harnesses, and pulleys to get it on the cart that we were going to join the vehicle. My team consisted of 4 inexperienced people who didn't know any protocol for collecting fallen rocks from space. Our only protection was the spacesuits we'd brought from Earth in case the comet had high levels of radiation. The trip to the comet was long and bumpy. We couldn't go very fast because the engine of our vehicle didn't exceed 5 miles per hour. To avoid fatigue, we each took turns driving for 3 hours until the sun disappeared over the horizon and it became night. The length of the day on Mars is quite similar to that of a day on Earth, and anticipating it would be necessary to sleep away from our homes, we brought with us an automatic tent to insulate us from the freezing night temperatures of the desert. We all retired to bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, we ate from the dehydrated food we brought with us, and from then on our journey was mostly dominated by silence. We'd been unlucky in that all of us selected for the mission were introverts. Together, we advanced through the dry and rocky environment independently, as if the others weren't there. About 30 hours passed before we managed to locate the crater created by the comet. The closer we got to the impact site, the bigger the crater that had opened in the middle of the reddish surface seemed. The outer edge of the hole was slightly raised, as if it were a wall, and we had to jump over it to slide down the slope to the center of the crater. The hole the comet had created was immense. The 4 of us could easily lie down in a straight line and not cover the radius of the crater. In the middle of it was the rock we had come for. It was a dark gray, almost black, no bigger than a microwave, and so heavy I could barely hold it in my arms. Not sure how to proceed, we returned to our vehicle while we established a strategy. After much discussion, we decided that I would tie one of the ropes to my body and go down into the crater to retrieve the comet while they stayed outside, and once I had the stone in my hands, they would pull me back to the surface by lifting me up with their combined weights. I was about to leave the crater when the comet slipped out of my arms and fell all the way to the bottom of the hole. It broke in half, showing that this rock was only the surface of a container. My colleagues released the rope so that I could investigate what had happened. When I got closer, I saw that inside the comet there were 2 tablets of stone engraved with words in a language I was not able to read. I took one of these tablets and turned it over. On the back it had engraved, "Do it right this time." I was trying to analyze what this meant when a big creaking sound accompanied by a bright light deafened my ears and made me close my eyes for about a minute. When I could compose myself, I left the tablets on the floor and asked my colleagues to get me out of there. They looked as confused as I was by what had happened. Then, I ran to the vehicle and took the GPS that we brought with us looking for the remains of the other comets. There seemed to be nothing. With my heart jumping inside my chest, I reduced the image in search of anything suspicious. What I found on the GPS was an empty space where the Earth used to be.
Hello, I am Evons, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you? Commander Alistair Harding.
Evons, begin audio recording.
Thank you, Commander. I am processing your request. Your log will begin recording promptly. Recording.
This is Military Representative Commander Harding aboard the colonizing vessel Helios. We are entering our 7th month en route to the Jezero crater station on Mars. Moments ago, I received some troubling news. In the last stages of our voyage, my ship and its crew have become an involuntary reconnaissance craft. Now, this new order from Earth worries me. It's not what we were sent out here to do. Even though they're military, my people aren't trained for this. The civilians on board Won't understand why Earth would rather put them at risk than unload them safely at Jezero. I don't understand either. The Helios is geared towards spacefaring small distances. We're not equipped for scouting rogue entities. They detected radio communications from somewhere beyond the Red Planet. They're coming from an unknown location with an uninterpreted meaning. Military personnel on Earth expect us to make a loop around Mars to discover its source before reaching Jezero. Life on board the Helios has not been unpleasant, but God, how I want to be free of it. I want to take my first steps on the surface of Mars and breathe the terraformed air. But I'll have to wait. My superiors believe the signal could be some sort of Russian insurrection. More than likely, it's simply a damaged satellite. What a waste of time.
Transmission received for Commander Alistair Harding. Would you like to initiate playback, Commander?
Another transmission? What more does the military want from us? Yes, Evans. Go ahead and play it.
Request confirmed. Attached to the recording was a message addressed to Commander Alistair Harding. Would you like me to declaim the message, Commander?
A recording? Must be the one they received. Yeah, go ahead and read the message, Evans.
Request confirmed. The message reads as follows. Harding, I'm not sure what good it'll do you, but here's the recording transmitted from the other side of Mars. That's probably nothing, but you know how military eggheads are with red tape. Follow up on this, and you're one step closer to reaching Jezero, making history and getting all the glory. End of message. Would you like to play the attached recording, Commander?
Play it.
Request confirmed. Playback will begin shortly. The recording has ended. Would you like to hear it again, Commander?
No. I mean no, Evans. That's no necessary. Actually, I need you to call Beltran to the command deck. Let him know it's urgent. If he asks why, Evans, don't tell him.
Request confirmed. Dr. Xander Beltran will be with you shortly, Commander. Would you like to conclude your recording?
Yes, Evans. Shut it off.
Thank you for using the Evans interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evans, record message. Record now, damn you.
Commander Alistair Harding, I am reporting several breaches in the Helios hull. The medical bay and barracks have lost life support. I also see that you are attempting to detach Escape Module 3. If this was by mistake, I can deactivate Escape Sequence 6, 9, 2...
Evans, if you do not stop this fucking pod, I will reach into your cheap, military-grade robot brain and yank it out! Do you understand me? Don't stop the sequence!
Request confirmed. How can I help you, Commander?
Listen to me carefully, Evans. I need you to configure my deployment trajectory towards Earth. The pod's controls were destroyed in the attack at...
Invalid audio entry. Earth is not a valid destination. The escape pod can only reach distances of 1 point...
Fine. Send me to Mars. Send me to the military Jezero crater station. Do it now, Evans.
Request confirmed. Your ejection will begin in 2 minutes. Would you like to end your recording, Commander?
No. Evans, keep recording. Record until I'm gone. I have to tell them. I have to warn Earth's military of what's coming. When I'm ejected, send this message to them as fast as you can. Do you understand?
Request confirmed. 120 seconds until launch.
We did what you wanted. The people of Helios are all gone. Only I reached the escape pods. I was awake in the command deck. They attacked the barracks and killed them all in their sleep. It's like they knew exactly where to strike.
80 seconds.
The egghead, Beltran. He was with me on the command deck when we reached the other side of Mars. Those things. They infiltrated the Helios, broke her in two. They were metal. They were cold. They were inhuman. They took him. They took Beltran. I can still hear him screaming.
40 seconds.
Evans is sending me to Jezero. Don't come looking for me. Don't come to Mars. They'll either hurt me or find you. Don't make it easy for them.
20 seconds.
I'm leaving my ship. I'm abandoning my crew. I am a deserter.
10, seconds. 10.
If you find me,
9.
if you make it to Mars,
8.
put me in prison,
7.
leave me to rot,
6.
I'll die there.
5.
After this,
4.
I don't want it.
3.
Fuck glory!
2.
I won't come back to Mars.
1. Escape pod ejection overrode. Sequence interrupted. Would you like to end your recording, Commander?
Stopped. Why did you? Oh, God. Fuck. No. Stay away from me. No!
Recording deleted. Thank you for using the Evans interface. Goodbye.
By the time humans were able to generate and contain dark matter, it took us a couple of years before we could build the revolutionary technology needed to destroy black holes. So, once the Earth started to be attracted by the large gravitational field of the black hole at the edge of the galaxy, we were more than prepared to face it. We quickly adapted a spacecraft to have the ability to capture, contain, and destroy the dark matter. The mechanism behind this addition was highly complex and difficult to understand. Less than a century ago, the destruction of this kind of matter was considered impossible, but we had achieved it. It was then that the team that would be sent on the mission was assembled. We were all experienced astronauts who had been thoroughly trained to make contact with the black hole. The mission was almost suicidal. If we were trapped in the gravitational field of the hole, we wouldn't be able to escape. Foreseeing this, we were even forced to sign a liability waiver and to prepare a will in case things went wrong. When the technology on which your life depends has only been tested under ideal conditions in laboratories, it's natural to feel worried. Anyway, not completing the mission was not an option. If we failed, we would die. We would be sucked into the black hole, and all those who were dear to us would be able to do nothing but watch as death rapidly approached them. If we succeeded, we'd all be saved. I felt no fear when we were ejected into the stratosphere, neither when the gravity of the hole facilitated our goals. Feeling fear was not an option. Our trip lasted exactly 311 days. In normal conditions, reaching the ends of our galaxy would take 100,000 light years. We made it in less than a year. Any doubt that our planet was in danger was overmastered by the immensity of the dark monster that was in front of us. The feeling of approaching a black hole is indescribable. There's no light, and there seems to be nothing around me besides my consciousness. Activating the machinery wasn't easy, and the lack of light only made it more complicated. We had been trained to execute the controls blindly. We just didn't count on Richard having a fulminant cardiac arrest. In the last seconds of consciousness, I could experience how my body was stretched and crushed by gravity until I was thinner than a sheet of paper. My bones ached as they were broken. My internal organs burned, and I could feel the blood seeping from every pore in my body. The pain was so intense that I collapsed in the remains of my seat in the ship that folded like origami. When I awoke, my eyes were burned by a bright light that hurt my retinas. I thought I had reached heaven. I'd never really been a believer, but it was the only explanation my aching brain could conceive. It will come as no surprise to you that my assumptions were wrong. Not only was I not dead, my body was in perfect condition. The pain I felt was only in my head. My crewmates also seemed as alive as I, except Richard, of course, and the three of them that didn't seem to have signs of evident damage. The ship, on the other hand, it was completely destroyed. I got up from the floor. My chair no longer existed. I went to check the front panel. It was completely ruined, emitting sparks and smoke. Since my crewmates didn't wake up, I went to check what we had left. There wasn't much. We'd kept the suits and the oxygen tanks and nothing else. The ship had large gaps where the machinery to trap the dark matter should be, and also where the food storage was supposed to be, and I didn't even know where we were. I peeked through one of the gaps on the side of the ship and looked where we had landed. It seemed to be a planet, an inhabited planet. The sky of this unknown planet was bright purple. No clouds present. The ground was covered with some sort of algae that resembled red, moist sponge. And looking at the horizon, several stark-looking mountains could be seen. And the animals, I had no idea what they were, but creatures of the most diverse and bizarre appearance covered this red plain. They seemed to be very interested in us. I ran to lift my crewmates from the ground. They looked at me confused as their minds emerged into consciousness. There was no time for any explanations, and I ordered them to take only the essentials with them and not to bother to put on their suits. Obviously, we didn't need them. We had no time to wonder how we had escaped from the black hole as we tried to blend in with the environment to avoid attracting the creature's attention. We stuck very close to the ground all the way. It stained us with some kind of red ink that spread the plants as we stepped on them. We advanced very slowly, without being able to speak. Our training had not conditioned us for this. They, my crewmates, followed me with the trust that is only placed in a leader, and I begged anyone who would listen to guide me along the right path. The sun had been replaced by darkness when we reached the base of the mountain. We quickly checked the first cave we came across, and to our surprise and good fortune, found that it was empty. We barely managed to lie down, huddled on the ground, when we were overcome by exhaustion. I'm sure that a day on that planet is much longer than one on Earth, because when we woke up hours later, the sky was still dark. We waited until the sun peeked over the horizon before we dared to leave the safety of the cave. The night's sleep had not helped to alleviate the confusion we felt. Craig had managed to bring along a portable radio with him, but it was unable to pick up any signal. We were completely lost. Lost and alone. Determined to survive, we walked at least half of the way we had done the day before in search of water. If we didn't drink some kind of liquid, we wouldn't last more than 3 days. It took us some time, but we finally got to a stream with a crystal clear liquid. Our throats tightened as we watched it flow. We were desperate to drink something. Anything. We followed the water upstream for a couple of miles to find its source. Barely resisting the temptation to dive into the liquid, we advanced until our feet ached and didn't stop till we caught sight of the intimidating animals drinking and bathing in the stream. I saw my reflection in the gently rippling liquid. I looked disheveled, deep, dark circles under my eyes. My body was covered in red, almost like blood. My instincts were telling me that drinking from the stream would not be a good idea, but my colleagues disagreed and were very vocal about it.
We're going to die here anyway. I'd like to not suffer in the process if you don't mind,
Craig said to end the discussion we'd gotten into. The balance of power had shifted and he had prevailed over me. I had no choice but to accept the situation, and I turned around to make sure that the animals didn't attack us from behind. That's when I heard the first scream. Craig was screaming at the top of his lungs, and it wasn't more than 2 seconds before our other crewmates followed him. The 3 of them were screaming as if they were about to go crazy, tearing at their chests with their nails as if they wanted to get to their own stomachs. And when the drops of blood began to fall to the ground, the animals became aware of our presence and cautiously began to approach us. I really tried to bring them with me, but they were unable to hear me. Their screams wouldn't stop, and their eyes looked pale and glassy, as if they were no longer of this world. Finally, I had to accept that if there were no other way out, there was no other option but to run. I ran with all the strength my legs allowed me to the place where we'd spent the night.
The animals didn't follow me. My companions had served as enough of a distraction. In the solitude of the rocky cave, I tried to think what to do. I couldn't contact the Earth, and I was on an unknown planet. I had nothing to drink and nothing to eat. How long could I survive? 1 week? 2? I dropped my head against the stone wall to try to cover the emotional pain with the physical pain. There would be no salvation for me. I think I will look for the most painless way to end my life. I need to kill myself before the temptation to drink that liquid to quench my thirst becomes too much to bear. The madness I saw in their eyes is more terrifying to me than any kind of death.
Hello, I am Evans, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you, Dr. Xander Beltran?
Hello, Evans. So I am Xander, then. Makes sense. I've been wearing his uniform since I woke up.
Invalid audio prompt, Dr. Xander Beltran. How can I help you?
I'm tired of having no one to talk to. I'm tired of being alone. So, without going completely crazy, I'd like to talk to you, Evans, if that's okay.
Invalid oral prompt, Dr. Xander Beltran. Would you like to enter an audio log? I will begin recording. Recording.
Yeah, I guess that could work. If I die, maybe a recording could help someone at some point. If I don't, well, it's going to be a very depressing reminder of what I'm guessing is the worst point in my life. So far. I suppose I should make this sound official. How do people normally start logs? The date. The day is... Well, I don't know. The time... Yes, I don't know that either. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any clocks yet. I guess people don't keep time in space. Time and space. I don't know what happened. I don't know who I am, or how I got here. I know what I can see. I'm wearing a uniform embroidered with the name Xander. There are massive windows. I can peer outside and look at nothing. It took a few moments of wandering around to realize I was in a massive station, somewhere deep in outer space. No matter where I am in the station, or what window I'm looking out of, there's nothing close by. No planets, no ships, nothing that looks human or remotely like Earth. And there's no one else. Just Evans. This was a stupid idea. How do I turn this off, Evans? Stop this.
Thank you for using the Evans interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evans, it's Xander. I guess I'm going to give this another shot. It's probably been a day or two since we last talked. I'd like to make another recording, if I could.
Request entered. Hello, Dr. Xander Beltran. Your log will begin recording immediately. Recording.
Thank you, Evans. What am I saying? It's not a real person. You're alone, you idiot. It's just you up here. I need to do this. I need to maintain sanity, or I am definitely going to lose it. I know there's no one here. I know it's just me. But things are moving around. Stuff gets left places I don't remember. One day I'll walk by the rec room. I go there sometimes to run on the treadmills and feel normal. And I'll blast whatever music they have so I can imagine a filled room, but I don't ever swim. I'm not sure if I know how. So it doesn't make sense that I keep finding discarded and wet towels hanging out to dry next to the pool. I swear they weren't there yesterday. And even if they were, how could they still be wet? How could I forget going swimming? Oh, okay, Evons. That's enough for today.
Thank you for using the Evons interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evons, I want to record.
Request entered. Hello, Dr. Xander Beltran. Your log will begin recording immediately.
Recording? Recording. Yeah, Evons, I know the drill. Look, I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. There's no one here to argue with but myself and... I guess you. But I know it's true. I'm not alone here. A couple of days ago, I found a digital camera in one of the empty living quarters. I took pictures of every fucking inch of this station. When I went to sleep, I took a pint of salt with me. I made a thick circle around the bed, one that was impossible to jump across. I even took pictures of the circle just to prove to myself that I did it. I woke up today. The salt hadn't moved, which means I didn't move either. But something else did. I went through each room. I walked all over this goddamn station. I compared the pictures I took to everything I found. For a while, I couldn't spot any differences. But when I got to the cafeteria, I saw it. It was such a small change, but I caught it. The chairs. Now, I never pushed them back in since I woke up. They'd all been moved. They were under the tables, perfectly in place, like someone was cleaning up around the station. I don't understand it. Why change that? Why alter something so small? Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening? Can a space station be haunted? Oh God, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Shut it off, Evons. I have to stop. Just turn it off.
Thank you for using the Evons interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evons, start recording. Please, Evons, please don't say anything. I'm not alone. I saw them. How stupid I was to think it was ghosts. They're here now. They're hunting me. They know that I know. I don't know how long I can hide. I took some shots of caffeine and pretended to fall asleep in the night. I thought I could sneak up on something, but it snuck up on me. It took everything I had not to scream. I think they've always been here. They've always been watching me. Maybe they're doctors like I was. Maybe this is all a fucked up experiment. Maybe Evons is one of them. I'm probably going to die. They know that I know, and I'm scared that I'll forget. I'm scared I won't remember. Oh God. Oh fuck! Please, no!
Messages deleted. Thank you for using the Evons interface. Goodbye. Hello, I am Evons, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you, Dr. Xander Beltran?
Hi, Evons. And Xander. That's who I am. That makes sense. I am wearing his clothes.
Commander, this is O'Neill. Do you read me?
I read you loud and clear, Daria. How's it looking out there? Any damage to the satellite?
Nothing so far. There's no issue with the antennas. Reaction control thrusters appear to be fully functional. I'm surprised we're up here checking it at all. These are some of the most durable modules I've ever seen. It's slow going, but I'm moving to the solar array next.
Slow going? How long have you been a flight engineer, O'Neill? Is this your first spacewalk? Last I knew, NASA didn't hire people that go slow. Get the lead out. I want to get home in time for Christmas.
Yes, Commander.
Relax, Daria. NASA won't fire you for being human. Do you have any plans for the holidays? I'm going to Kansas to see my sister. She made me a couple of nephews since I've been in Houston. What about you, O'Neill? You got a husband? Maybe a wife waiting for you?
There's some damage to the panels, Commander.
Then fix it. Come on, Daria, talk to me. You'll get stir crazy up here if you don't.
Sorry, Commander. NASA did not hire me to talk, and I'm not stuck inside a shuttle. I have more room out here than I'll ever need. Don't worry. I'm definitely not going stir crazy.
Wise ass. At least you're human. All right, O'Neill, what's wrong with the solar array?
It's strange, Commander. The only reason there would be this kind of damage is from a massive force, like an asteroid or at least an object hitting it with tremendous intensity.
What's strange about that? I'm sure rocks fly through here all the time. That's why NASA sent us up here. Daria, fix it.
Commander, it's not normal. If it did get struck by a rogue entity, there would at least be signs of the object itself. Like pieces of the meteorite or metal shavings from one of NASA's trash satellites lost in orbit. But there's nothing. It's like something hit it, but left no trace of itself behind. It couldn't be an asteroid.
If it's not an asteroid or some other object, then what, O'Neill?
Wave?
What the hell was that, O'Neill? Did we get struck? Did the satellite hit the ship? Talk to me.
It wasn't satellite. I don't know. There's nothing. My lock. Commander.
The ship is getting knocked to hell. Daria, please respond. Are you still with us?
I'm here.
Oh, thank God. We don't have any hull breaches, just some warnings from our reaction control thrusters. Shut that off. What about you, O'Neill? Are you banged up? What happened?
I don't know, Commander. I don't know what to do.
Daria, listen to me. Just breathe. What's happening? Is your suit ruptured? We'll pull your line in. You have to keep talking to me.
There's no line. It broke off in the first wave. I'm overboard. I'm spinning. Commander, I got propelled into deep space. I don't know what happened to the satellite. How do I get back? What do I do? Please.
O'Neill, listen to me. NASA equipped your suit with a safer jetpack. What does SAFER stand for?
Safer, that's simplified, aid for, EVA rescue.
That's right, O'Neill. We are going to rescue you. But you have to help us. Use it and steady yourself. Stop the propulsion. Do it now!
Okay.
O'Neill? O'Neill, are you there?
I'm here. It worked. I stopped spinning and I'm not being propelled anymore. I'm just here now. But I'm scared, Commander.
Scared? That's good news, O'Neill. You can use the propulsions to get back to the ship. We're already engaging the robot arm to grab you. What side of the shuttle are you on?
I don't know. I can't see the ship. I can't see anything. It's all black. There's nothing but faraway lights. I don't know which way you are. I don't know where to go. Am I gonna die up here?
No, Daria. No, you are not. NASA didn't pay you to die. We're gonna figure out which way you went and get you back. Just keep talking to me. Tell me anything you see, okay? You've got at least 7 hours left of your oxygen. If it takes every bit of that, I will find you. Do you understand, Daria? I won't let you die. O'Neill. Daria, you answer me right now. What, like a satellite? Describe it for me, Daria.
I think it's opening. It's made of the dark. I'm afraid.
Stay with me, Daria. You're just seeing things. Check your pulse. How are your beats per minute? Count them for me. That's an order.
My heart, it's fine, Commander. It's here. I can hear it in my head.
Stay focused, Daria. There's nothing there. You're in deep space. You're probably going into shock. Close your eyes and breathe. Can you do that for me, O'Neill? Close your eyes.
Even when I close them, I can still see. It's part of the dark. It is space. There are no stars. The lights I see are a part of it. The satellite didn't hit the ship, Commander. It was waves. It was force. It was him coming.
Daria, listen to me. I'm going to get you to your family, okay? We're gonna spend Christmas at home. Who are you going to see during the holidays, huh? Tell me, Daria. Daria, please.
There is no family. There is no home.
I bring destruction. I bring change. Humans are a great destroyer of all they are gifted. I will consume all they have made.
Daria?
I am your end. Your world will fill me until I am in need again. And yet, you have destroyed more than you created. I will leave hungry. What a terrible waste.
Julia, I'm sorry. If you're reading this, then I'm already dead. But before you continue this letter, just know that I love you, honey. So very much. I know you never liked that I worked for NASA. You were always so paranoid, so superstitious. You believed in aliens when I didn't. You trusted conspiracies when I would wave them away. I think that's why I fell in love with you. You opened my eyes when I didn't even realize they were closed. NASA had another job for me. They always had jobs for me. They needed me to fix another satellite. One that had collided with junk or maybe a meteorite. They didn't know for sure, but it didn't matter. I don't believe in aliens. You do. Right, Julia? Or maybe I should have quit. NASA could always have found more willing soldiers, more pilots to shoot off into space, but it had to be me. This one time, Pilot Jared Maddox was the one to answer the call. I know how lonely you were when I was gone. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that soon you'll be lonely again. I will die tonight. NASA works hard to vet their astronauts to ensure they don't hire anyone with a history of mental illness. How surprised they'll be to find out that one of their elite pilots has killed himself. But it must be done. This horror show must end. Julia, I'm so sorry. I saw something up there. NASA didn't document it. The event wasn't recorded. I could never risk telling them what I saw myself. I can only describe it as being alien. Strapped into my suit and tethered to the ship, I left the hatch and started my spacewalk. I could see the damage to the satellite, probably a meteorite of some kind. There was rock and dust left behind. In a matter of minutes, I was already fast at work on repairing the damage. I didn't even notice it at first. It was like something small pulling at my vision. Eventually, it was tugging so hard that I had to look away from my work. I peered into the darkness, the endless expanse of space and time, and something looked back at me. Well, NASA doesn't train for the impossible, and that's what I saw. The impossible. It was far away at first, a small glimmer that got closer the longer I watched. Eventually, I could tell that it was a moving shell, like an oval coffin rushing through space. It approached my ship fast at first. If I hadn't been so spellbound, I would have ordered the shuttle to move away. But no matter how hard I resisted, I could not stop watching. The closer it got, the more it slowed until it was hovering right in front of me. A metallic oval, like a teardrop that had fallen from the eyes of God itself. Years spent at NASA taught me that there is nothing unexpected to be found in space anymore, especially on the outskirts of Earth. It's called known space for a reason. But this thing floating just in front of me, I had no idea what it was or where it came from. All I could do was stare. NASA would have probably wanted me to report in, to verbally document what I was experiencing. A self-aware me would have chosen not to for self-preservation. But the truth is, I had no control over myself up there. I was weak. I was powerless. But I was not alone. Just a second, Jules. I'll be out soon. Meet you downstairs in a few moments for dinner. The object in space seemed to call to me. It pulled me to it like an invisible tether. I pushed myself off the satellite and floated towards the metal oval. Using the emergency jet system NASA installed on all our suits, I positioned myself just in front of the object. It looked as if something was inside. I put my hands to it. I could feel the freezing cold even through my gloves. I leaned my helmet close to the surface. I tried to look inside. I saw... Oh, come on, Julia! I need to finish these logs for NASA! I promise I'll be down in just a minute! I saw it. It stared back at me. It moved like I did. It blinked when I blinked. It was me, Jules. It looked exactly like me. I pushed it away and screamed. I ended the mission early and ordered us to go back. I couldn't tell the others what I saw. They wouldn't have believed me. Or worse, they would have reported me to NASA. Even when we were breaking atmosphere and re-entry, I could still feel it. I could feel it looking at me. And that's when I realized I hadn't escaped it. It was still there. It was on the ship with us. You're not Julia, are you? What? What the hell do you want?
You. To be you.
I did it, Jules. I killed myself. I killed myself. I killed myself.
When Arlette embarked on her first interspatial vacation trip, she never imagined how sick she would feel as she stepped out into the void of the universe. Arlette hated wearing a protective suit, and the almost imperceptible rocking of the spacecraft made her stomach churn, causing her horrible nausea. She didn't really like the space, even when she had already embarked on the trip. Going to see planets inhabited by underdeveloped creatures was not her definition of a dream vacation. She could hardly believe that her partner had dragged her on this unfortunate adventure against her will. Arlette's only consolation was that there were only a few days left to set foot on land. Very few days for her vacation to really start. The first thing Arlette's eyes saw when she landed on the small planet was a large field with thin plants. These had golden fruits, like gold growing high above her head, stretching up into the sky. Neil, her partner, seemed as impressed as she was, while they walked among the never-before-seen plant life. "Do you think they use them for food?" she asked Neil, curiously. Any trace of apathetic disinterest in her vacation had left her, and she was looking at everything around her with the curiosity of a little girl.
Maybe. Do you think we'll get to meet one of them soon?
Arlette didn't know the answer, so she didn't say anything. Meeting the planet's inhabitants excited her as much as it scared her. The vacation agency had promised that nothing bad would happen to them if they didn't approach to their territory. But with the savages, you never know. They both walked aimlessly until they emerged from the plants. Out of the field was a wide and extensive land that was covered in a kind of greenish fuzz. The surfaces curved in strange ways, and in the background, small rudimentary huts indicated the colonies of the alien beings.
Do you want to get closer?
Neil said. His gaze had been captured by the settlement. "Are you crazy? Do you want to get us killed?"
You don't have to talk like that. They're not listening to us. Come on, let's do it. We're on vacation, don't be a coward.
Arlette hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to get close, but she didn't want to make her partner angry either. It wasn't nice to deal with him when he was in a bad mood. The sun that illuminated the sky had begun to set on that unknown planet, plunging them both into the deepest darkness. She knew it was dangerous to prowl around an unfamiliar place in the middle of the night, but she was more afraid of her partner's wrath than of the underdeveloped aliens. The hut looked significantly larger and more intimidating as they approached down the sloping road. Its architecture was rectangular and had huge doors built with an unknown reddish-brown material.
What do you think they're doing in there?
Neil asked, peeking through one of the transparent surfaces embedded in the huts. Arlette also tried to look inside, but the surface was way above her height. "What do you see? What's inside?"
I see a rectangle. Shit, this transparent thing is solid. Rectangle has some kind of plant on top of it, surrounded by other smaller, thinner rectangles. Hey, I think I see one. It's getting closer. Oh, shit, I think it saw me.
Arlette and Neil quickly got up and started running away from the shack, their short legs struggling against their weight, and their green spacesuits making it difficult for them to breathe. They ran in search of the spaceship. They needed to get back to the field. Their vacation was over. They ran as if their lives depended on it, but the way back somehow seemed longer and steeper than the way there. From the same sky, an intense light covered their bodies, as if they were being signaled by the sun. They refused to stop, but this light was getting more and more intense, and by the time they realized it, a bunch of aliens descended from a strange spaceship hidden in the clouds. The strange aliens were tall, with long limbs, and with heads too small for their wide bodies. They also seemed to be protected by shiny black armor. Arlette wondered if these were their war clothes. These beings blocked their way and did not allow them to flee. The couple had nothing to defend themselves with. They had left everything in the spaceship to enjoy their vacation properly. They were captured by the savages. The evil ones had trapped them and kidnapped them. Arlette, for the first time in her life, felt terrified. The beasts of that planet locked them in a box too small for the two of them and shook them for many hours. When they were released from their confinement, the spaceship had been replaced by a large shiny room with a rectangular surface and a pile of silver instruments. The aliens had changed their suits for wide blue gowns, and there was no distinguishable faction on their faces, covered with masks. They turned a deaf ear to the couple's pleas and separated Neil and Arlette by taking them to different rooms to perform painful and indescribable processes on them. The first thing those creatures did when they were alone with Arlette was to secure her body on a metallic surface and destroy most of the spacesuit that protected her from the poisonous atmosphere of that planet. The travel agency had told her that the underdeveloped inhabitants of that planet were not intelligent enough to leave their solar system, but they still managed to get rid of her suit without cutting off her air supply. Without her protection, her delicate skin began to swell and itch rapidly, generating enormous scabs that multiplied with each of her involuntary spasms of pain. It was then the turn of the elongated metals. They nailed several elongated metals attached to a tube of crystalline material into her arms and legs without any kind of contemplation. She screamed and whimpered, but they didn't seem to care as they extracted her vital fluids. Arlette was aware that she would not survive. They had invaded her territory, and the savages had responded. She didn't want to survive anyway. She felt too much pain in her skin to want to. She wondered then what would happen to her family back home. They would never know what happened to her on their vacation. She also wondered what would happen to her partner. Had the aliens already killed Neil? Or was he also being tortured like her? In a last attempt, she tried to untie herself from her bonds. She screamed and begged with all her strength in the simplest language she could think of. They ignored her. Arlette felt her body begin to give way against the poisonous atmosphere when one of the creatures held up a sharp-pointed metal utensil. She knew what that meant. The beast thrust the sharp metal point into her naked chest and split her in half in a clean cut. With the last of her conscious mind, she wondered if it wouldn't have been better to face Neil's wrath before agreeing to go on vacation to Earth. Arlette thought she would find relief in death, but they weren't willing to let her go so fast.
Dr. Pendulum looked at the bubbling liquids in his fermenting concoction placed in the array of multicolored test tubes in his laboratory. He dropped in a vial of acid and made some notes. Strange. It had a different reaction to the compound than yesterday's experiment. In fact, it had never had this reaction before. This could mean only one thing. He was getting close to discovering the secrets he had been looking for all these years. His life's work. It all began with the principles of Dianetics and how sound might heal the body. Also, the principle that the first step towards healing is knowing that you will be healed. He had become interested in molecules and also towards splitting the atom simultaneously, as this is the way his mind always thought. With many things going on all at once, it occurred to him that he may have been able to split the molecular structure of human DNA. But what then? Maybe he could get inside the inner molecules and with a process of disruptions, insert sound waves inside them, bind them together, and through a process of chemical-based infusions, teach the body to heal itself from any disease. This could be groundbreaking, not to mention the benefits for the human race. No more sickness. Everything would have a cure. Of course, the other scientists and people all around will say I'm mad and probably delusional, but I pay no attention to them. The truth in my hypothesis, and one day I will find the answers, and in this moment the world will be changed forever. And for the better, too. He looked around his lab. A solitary light bulb swung from left to right in the ceiling above him, illuminating the room partially. The windows were open, and a warm breeze from the night outside was coming in. The street outside seemed unearthly silent. In the distance, a cat bayed out to the night. He reached out and flicked on the nearby table lamp, spreading a wash of white light all along his experimentation area. The liquids bubbled and smoke rose in the air. The compound he was working on seemed to be changing consistency and color. It was now bright green with a chalk-like substance accumulating on the bottom. If he could just get it to split. He leaned forward with his surgical prodding device, but was interrupted from his thoughts by a loud banging at the door. He looked up from his studies, thinking it may perhaps be some kind of moment of delusional hallucination brought on by overwork. There was silence. He almost returned to his work, but there was another knock, louder and more intrusive than the first. Irritably, he put down his apparatus and stomped over to the door, muttering under his breath about who would have the audacity to disturb him at this hour during a crucial moment in his work. He opened the door and felt the warm wind from outside wash over his face. He looked out into the dark. Standing there was a tall man wearing a black hood. Dr. Pendulum peered deep into the hood but could see nothing except a dark, shadowed face. Tiny slits of light were where the eyes should be. He stood there, motionless. There was something mysterious and powerful about this figure standing before him, almost as if Dr. Pendulum now had no control over his own actions. He tried again to look into the shadows of the hood, but could see nothing. The hooded figure took a step forward, and the professor instinctively stepped back to let him walk inside, although he didn't know why.
Dr. Pendulum,
said the hooded man in a deep and resonant voice. It sounded almost like his voice did not belong to this world. Maybe it was being blasted through a speaker system from another dimension. It was both loud and quiet simultaneously, like it was inside his head, reverberating inside his skull, maybe even coming from another universe. Either way, when he heard the voice, he was powerless to do anything else but listen. The hooded man casually walked around the doctor's laboratory, scrutinizing his vials and scientific apparatus. Although he did not touch anything, the doctor could tell he was looking at everything very intently from within the shadows of the hood.
I have a job for you, Doctor,
said the hooded man.
A very important job. One that only you can accomplish.
The doctor found himself extraordinarily intrigued. Only me. Are you aware of my work? The hooded man nodded slowly.
Yes. I have been studying your work. It has great potential, but requires a serious investment.
An investment? The doctor smiled. Are you in the market to invest in my work? There was silence. A deafening silence.
No,
Said the hooded man with great finality in his voice.
I shall not finance your work. I shall finance my work, and you will accomplish the tasks I set out for you.
Will I now? Said the doctor, feeling something eerie in his stomach, and as he spoke he could also feel the hairs on his back standing on their end.
Yes, I shall pay you very handsomely. More money than you could ever dream of. Enough to complete your life's work without any more interruptions.
The doctor smiled. That's a lot of money,
Money is of no consequence to me.
said the hooded man. He paused and tilted his head slightly to the right, almost as if he was listening for something in the distance. Then he looked directly into the doctor's eyes, and immediately Pendulum felt an eerie coldness wash all over his body.
So, do we have a deal?
The doctor felt powerless. He just stood there, staring into the man's dense black hood. When he spoke, the words seemed to tumble from his mouth as if he had no say in the matter. The decision was already made for him by powers far greater than his. What do you want me to do? A small pause, a clicking sound from within the hooded man's black shadows.
I want you to make me a time machine.
A time machine? The doctor was slightly taken aback. You want to make you a time machine?
Yes. That is what I want you to make for me.
The doctor could not help but laugh. Oh, well, if it's a time machine you want, give me 2 days and I'll knock one together for you.
This is no laughing matter.
You're serious, aren't you? You want for me to invent you a time machine?
Correct. I will pay you handsomely for it.
The doctor was intrigued and nervous all at once by the strange man's intensity. I would love to, but really I would not know where to start. Perhaps you have the wrong man. Another silence. Then suddenly, the hooded man clapped his hands. There was a quick flash of light and a loud bang. At this moment, the doctor blinked uncontrollably. When he opened his eyes, the room was very different. There were books everywhere. Hundreds of books stacked on top of one another, many cluttered all over the floor. He rummaged through them, and to his surprise, they all seemed to be strange and rare-looking objects, all written on the subject of interdimensional time travel. He turned round to his desk and noticed a large circular orb sitting on a square stand. Within the orb glowed a green light, and it seemed to emanate a humming sound. He looked at the hooded man with a mixture of chilled confusion and disorientation. "What the hell just happened?" he blurted out. The hooded man stared deep into his eyes. The darkness seemed all around him.
The time machine is half complete. You will finish it.
The doctor looked at the stranger in his lab for answers. He looked at the orb, which was pulsating. He grabbed some nearby books. "Who are you?" The hooded man stared deep into his soul, before slowly gliding backward towards the door.
I shall return when my time machine is complete.
The doctor opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. In a second, the hooded man walked through the door, gently closing it behind him. The doctor ran towards the door and looked outside. The street was completely silent and devoid of any signs of human life. The entire world was asleep. It was as if no one had ever been there at all. He shut the door and surveyed his new laboratory. The green orb pulsated, making a deep, throbbing sound. The doctor looked at the books scattered everywhere. He looked at the door. He looked at the orb. Build a time machine. Now, how hard could that be, I wonder? Without knowing why, he ran over to the orb and peered inside.
He picked up a nearby book and began to scour its pages, listening to the unearthly hum within the sphere as he read. When it came to constructing time machines, there was no time like the present. He set to work immediately. Hours soon became days, and days turned to months as he pored over all the ancient tomes left in his laboratory by the strange hooded figure. He soon became consumed by this project, his new search to discover a mystery that had eluded many for thousands of years, the quest to harness the complexities of time and become its master. He pored over the manuscripts into the early hours and tinkered with the orb, gradually over time building an elaborately constructed device around the glowing sphere, built from the countless arrays of information he found in his new library of time. Sometimes he would stumble home in the early hours of the morning, and other times he would not go home at all, and instead would stay awake for days in the lab. People knocked at his door, he ignored them. The phone rang, he ignored it. His wife demanded he seek counseling, he ignored her. The scientific guild revoked his license, he didn't care. He had become a fanatic, a being overcome by some form of possession. Completely out of control, he lived in his laboratory for an entire year, losing friends and family, madness in his eyes, and massive beard showing months and months of physical neglect. The doctor cared about nothing anymore except completing his time machine. That was all that mattered to him. All else was irrelevant. He studied, he built, he created. 12 months running on adrenaline and insanity, using the books as blueprints, conducting archaic and arcane experiments, gradually building into the structure that would become his time machine. Nothing would stop him in this endeavor. Soon the world would see the true scope of his genius. He did whatever it took. Reading, deciphering ancient codes, conducting chemical and alchemical experiments, building an elaborate mechanism to harness the power he had discovered. He worked furiously until he reached his goal. Insanity beckoned, but it was worth it for what he was uncovering. This was the true science, the science of chaos, the science of time and space, the science of the time machine. Nothing could stop him. And one day, he stood in his laboratory and looked at his handiwork. There, standing before him, was a large round machine resembling a cage. The orb was set deep inside as now the nucleus of the contraption. The structure itself almost took up the entire room, shimmering with gold and steel, covered in clicking lights and whirring valves. His work was complete. A machine that operated on similar principles to his own prior paltry experiments. He had found a way to harness the speed of light, and in doing so, dismantled the molecular structure of time as it was then understood, rebuilding it infinitely and repeating the process 1,000,000 times in the blink of an eye. He looked at the giant structure that stood before him. He smiled, knowing he had done his utmost. Only time would tell if it worked. He chuckled to himself and walked inside. Once in, he fastened the golden door shut behind him, now surrounded by lights. The green orb beneath his feet humming. He pulled several levers and inserted some diodes into his retina. With extreme thought and self-control, he pulled several more levers, visualizing a particular time in his mind's eye. He imagined the Middle Ages so strongly in his mind that it was almost like a picture in front of him. He could see the sights and sounds of a 15th century village, with all tunic-draped folk walking around, tending to horses and going about their crafts. It became real in his mind. He could feel large impulses of electricity all around him, exploding lights and sounds so terrible that it was deafening to his ears. Then there was a blinding flash of light, and he felt mind-numbing pain sear through his body as his entire molecular structure was ripped to shreds and then regelled as time and space bent and turned in upon itself. The pain was unbearable, but mercifully brief. The noise became all-powerful, and the white light was everywhere. Smoke rose, and suddenly, as quickly as it became, everything stopped. The white light subsided, and there was silence.
stillness, and calm. The doctor fell to his knees in agony. His entire body felt like it had been sandpapered down to a nub. He caught his breath and slowly stood up. With great trepidation and an equal amount of excitement, he walked outside. He was in a medieval village. Small stone huts were dotted around the place, just as he expected. However, the rest of the scene was not what he had anticipated. The sky was red and smoke was hot. Women and children ran in all directions, screaming. Knights on horseback galloped in circles with swords raised, screaming. In the sky were what appeared like giant buildings, and to his horror, the doctor watched gargantuan winged creatures come out of them, flying out of them, screeching with red eyes flashing as they swooped down on unsuspecting people, grabbing their children and breathing fire and venom dripped everywhere. The doctor turned to see some kind of three-headed winged animal coming straight for him, its mouth open, revealing large blood and gore-spattered teeth. He screamed and darted back the way he came for the inner sanctum of his time machine, bolting the door shut. Once inside, he frantically pulled levers and inserted the diodes into his retina again. Outside, he could hear monstrosities clutching and scraping at the time machine, attempting to gain entrance. Frantically, he pulled switches and levers, concentrating deeply within his mind, conjuring up the image of his laboratory as vividly as he could. The sounds outside intensified. People screamed, monsters growled. Then there was a flash of light, and the doctor felt his molecules explode and implode and collide into one. The sound reached a deafening level, and then everything stopped. He slumped down to his haunches, collected his breath, and crawled outside the time machine into the safety of his laboratory. He looked around. Everything was as it was when he had left. He sighed deeply in relief and walked to the bathroom. He needed to splash some water on his face after witnessing the atrocities he had just observed. He opened the bathroom door, walked toward the sink and cupped his hands with water. He looked into the mirror and was shocked by what he saw. The reflection in the mirror was that of the hooded man, and he seemed to be laughing.
Good morning, Captain Taylor. My name is Dr. Vance. This is my partner, Dr. Green. We'll be in charge of overseeing your journey to and from the future. Our team has revised and confirmed the security of every aspect of this experiment with time travel. We can guarantee your safety every step of the way. Don't try to talk. Your mask is secured already. Give me a thumbs up if you understand. Great. Now remember your mission. The goal is to take a look at the future, see how bad it is, and figure out what we can do to prevent the imminent socioeconomic collapse of our society. There's a war around the corner, Captain. We can stop it before it happens. You make the first trip, just 1 hour. If everything goes according to plan, you may take your soldiers for a longer mission next time. Understood? Excellent. Anything you'd like to add?
Just my admiration for you, Captain. This first time travel mission can change the fate of our entire planet. You will be a hero, Captain. But, should anything happen to go wrong, please do not hesitate to use the emergency mechanism to return yourself here.
Very well. Shall we begin? Dr. Vance speaking. I want everyone in position. Now, I want all my scientists in the lab. Nobody on the platform.
Checking final reports now. Safety protocols, check. Energy levels? Check. Infrastructure in order? Check. Time travel software? Check. Double check. Auxiliary engines? Check. Dr. Vance, we are ready.
God be with you, Captain. Initiate time travel mission. Final test. Captain Taylor, 30 years forward. Now.
Incredible.
Hold the energy levels steady.
He's gone.
He really is.
Did we do it?
Of course we did, Dr. Green. Of course we did. Okay, everyone calm down.
Come on, Vance, live a little. We're making history right here.
Exactly. I want history to know we did everything right. I need everyone back on their stations.
You have nothing to be worried about. We basically invented time travel. We know what we're doing. We have everything under control.
You hesitated, Green. What's going on? What did you see?
It's nothing. I mean, we expected some anomalies, right?
Listen here, turn that. Oh, that's not right. No. Not like this. No.
What? What is this, Vance?
This isn't ours.
What?
The energy signal is coming from the future. It's the captain. He's sending a signal.
Oh my god. It's too soon. He was supposed to last an hour. Must be hell of a time travel emergency.
Green, it's not a message at all. Look at this. The receptors are going crazy.
Is he... Vance? Is the captain... Is he coming back?
He used the emergency mechanism. He's already here. He's here! Attention! Everyone back to their places. Initiate all emergency protocols. For God's sake, keep the energy under control, or it will blow us all out.
Vance, this is too much. The portal hasn't even cooled off. It can't stand to receive a whole person coming through.
I don't care. We'll make it. We have to make it. We didn't make it this far for everything to collapse now, Green.
Fuck.
Too bad?
Yes, but I think we can make it. Give us a little more energy, Vance, and we'll bring that soldier home.
You got it. Turning on auxiliary engines. Now.
God! Did we make it? Is he... Well, he's here. I can see him, but...
The computer is picking up a heartbeat. Yes, he's alive. We should go see him. Just us, Green. Keep everyone locked in the lab while we figure out what went wrong. Captain Taylor, can you hear us?
He seems unconscious, Vance. This looks bad.
It's not a problem as long as only you and I know about it. Come on, let's get closer. Don't look at me like that. Are you scared? Please, Green. What happened to we invented time travel? We have nothing to worry about. This could have been just a glitch. Maybe he's just passed out and accidentally activated the, Ah! What the? Jesus Christ. What happened to him?
Oh my god, are you seeing this? How is he alive?
What happened to him? His leg? His entire leg? Something tore his leg off his body.
I don't like this, Vance. I don't like this at all. Look at these scratches. His clothes are all torn up. Blood everywhere. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. I feel sick. Look, he's dripping blood all over. Oh my god.
He was there only minutes. Just minutes. What could have done this much damage?
Vance, there's something wrong.
You think?
I mean, with his face. I mean, he looks just dead. Look at this expression of utter terror on his face. Oh man, I get chills just looking at him. This man is dead, Vance.
Just make sure. Check his vitals. Check everything you can. I'm taking his equipment.
Seriously? Right now? There's a dead man on our platform and you're worried about the time traveler equipment.
Shut up. This device right here was recording the entire time, you know. This can help us understand what happened to the captain.
All right, turn it on.
Okay, here it goes.
That's Captain Taylor. He made it. He was in the future.
Shh, listen. He wasn't alone.
What on earth could have made him scream like that?
Well, it ripped his leg clean off. Take a look. I can't think of any animal that could do that so quickly. It feels like he was there just a minute. And the time travel mechanism should have...
Hey, look! His leg!
Oh my God! What is that? What is that? God damn it. Of course it doesn't work. Wait. Okay. Here we go. Can anyone hear me? Is anyone out there? Please, someone answer. Shit! Look, I don't know if anyone out there can hear this. I mean, we're several miles underwater in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. Honestly, I only brought this old ham radio down here as a joke. A stupid experiment to see if I could broadcast from this depth. I don't even know if it works, but now it's all I have. God, it's my only hope. Please, please. God, let someone be listening. Okay. My name is Dr. Samuel Whitney. They sent us down here to investigate the most extensive brine pool discovered to date. It's no mystery that marine biologists everywhere have hoped to harness these deadly pools of salt and toxin as some sort of clean energy source. But it was the 6 of us they hired to do it. God, I wish I'd never taken that call. If you were listening and you're not a marine biologist, I'll try to explain. A brine pool is a body of water that forms at the bottom of the ocean. It's made up from the dense and natural collection of salt and other toxins within a crater. They can be a rather terrifying sight, to be honest. The one we built our station around is filled with the decomposing corpses of all manner of marine life, like dead eels, mussels, and upturned crabs. It's like an underwater graveyard, and I know it sounds crazy, but I think there's something alive inside it. I can hear it sometimes. We've been down here too long. It's making us all go mad. There have been all of these accidents, malfunctions that have no explanation. We all have our jobs, different assignments to not only test and study the brine pool, but also maintain the integrity of our underwater prison. And too many things have been going wrong. The others believe it's just unanticipated issues with water pressure, or even poorly manufactured machinery. They're wrong. I know it. It's not something I can explain, but I know that one of us is trying to cause the seals to rupture and drown us all.
We need you in hydroponics, Dr. Whitney. Brine water got into the agricultural system. All of our crops are dying.
No! Come on, I'm right behind you. Hello? Please, someone respond. Fuck! We're all gonna die down here. We lost our crops. We lost our food. We have some canned items we can survive on for a while, but they were never meant to be long term. The crops were supposed to keep us healthy and maintain natural air flowing through the station. Without them, we'll start risking all sorts of medical problems, like hallucinations. It's not real, Sammy. The voice isn't real. It started with our communications. In a single night, all the radios stopped working. None of us could understand why. We're scientists, not engineers. This was supposed to be a routine discovery mission. They tested this underwater station so many times for possibilities of breakdowns and system failures. It's not right that so many things are going wrong at once. God. And we can't even radio the surface to tell them about it. I know it's one of the others. Someone has been doing all of this. Thankfully, no one knew I had this ham radio. I never wanted an antiquated piece of machinery to be our only hope for survival. Survival? That's all we're doing now. Everyone has given up the original projects. No one cares about the brine pool anymore. We're all simply trying to ration and keep hope until someone realizes what's going on. Eventually, they'll come down here and get us. Until then, we have to make sure nothing else goes wrong. No more seal leaks and no more unexplained malfunctions. God, I hope they don't get to the water supply. Without purified water, we are not going to survive this. Hello? Is someone listening? Please respond, please. Help us. God damn it, say something.
Sam? I can help you, Sam. I can save you all.
Thank God. We are at 65 degrees north latitude and 60 degrees west.
Come to me, Sam. Come to me, my love.
What is this? Who are you? What do you...
Come to the glass, Sam. Come to me. I want to be with you, my love.
Let me in.
My God. You're beautiful. Please, tell me. What do you want from me?
I want to be with you, Sam. You've done everything I asked. And now, you'll be rewarded. Break the glass, Samuel. Only then will we have each other forever. Let me in.
Dr. Whitney, what the hell are you doing? Put that chair down, Sam.
Let me in.
Every year at the end of the summer, my family and I embark on a vacation trip to the mountains before the kids go back to school. It's a family tradition we carry out no matter the circumstances. I always look forward to these vacation dates with great affection. You know, children grow up and have to leave the nests. With so much technology, they don't even seem interested in nature or in their families anymore. My goal was to have a relaxing vacation trip to the mountains to reaffirm family ties. I wanted to ease the tension that had built up with the kids and my wife since the slip. I wanted to fix things so badly that by the time I realized it, we had been driving through Wyoming for about 3 days. The atmosphere in the car was not particularly pleasant. My daughters wouldn't talk to me. My wife kept complaining, and Daniel kept kicking my seat over and over and over again. Maybe I was too distracted or too thoughtful. It doesn't really matter. It was just a small mistake. Turning left when I needed to turn right at the last entrance. My wife, like the viper she is, kept mentioning it endlessly as we drove into a rocky and unexplored road. The earth was sinking under the weight of our vehicle, and there didn't seem to be a human settlement for miles around. There I was, locked in a van with people who didn't want to be with me, and with a GPS system that kept giving me confusing instructions to get back on the vacation route. That's when it happens. At first, I thought I hit a deer. Deer were really common in this part of the country, but in spite of the huge antlers, no deer could be that color. The thing we hit was in the shape of a tree leaf about 4 feet tall. Huge antlers protruded from the top of the creature, and its skin glowed a bright turquoise color. Its vicious entrails had spread like misshapen tubes on the windshield, and the purple liquid that came out of them covered my vision. The smell emitted by the creature was so overwhelming that it made my eyes burn and water so much that I had to stop the car to avoid killing ourselves against a tree. With my eyes closed, I heard how the windshield glass began to give away. With great effort, I opened my eyes, and in that instant, a bunch of white spheres, as small as pebbles, slipped through the purple liquid and began to spread through the car, entering across the cracks and the open windows. In only seconds, they crawled up my wife's arms like ants and got into her mouth. She screamed and screamed. I could see how her skin opened and contracted under the acid secreted by the small spheres. Before I could do anything for her or the children, the spheres covered my hand and came into contact with my skin, opening tiny holes. They embedded themselves inside me as they began to climb up my neck and into my mouth. Just when I thought the pain was too much to bear, something pricked my neck and everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor of a completely white room. A strong light was coming from the ceiling, and it made my eyes hurt. I had no idea where I was, and as my brain cleared, a strong sensation of pain invaded every inch of my skin. I tried to sit on the floor looking for clues. I needed to know where I was and where my family was. But as I placed one of my hands on the floor, the deepest scream of pain escaped my lips. Also, almost blinded by the pain, I looked at my hands. My index and ring finger were missing. The other had the flesh open, and inside the holes, I could see a lot of white spheres that were piled up, one on top of the other inside my skin. My children and my wife were also in that room. Their traveling clothes were gnawed, and most of their exposed skin was covered with the same wounds as in my hands. My wife, the first to be invaded, her face was completely consumed. Even one of her eyes had been replaced by a colony of white spheres. I tried to get up to my feet to approach them. After all, it had all been my fault. I needed to apologize, but I'd barely taken a step when one of the room's walls moved aside to reveal a door I hadn't seen before. Out of there came two people dressed in personal protective equipment. They grabbed my arms, not caring how painful it was for me, and pulled me out of the room and away from my family. I wish it had been me. I wish it had been me that stayed in that room. I wish I hadn't cheated on my wife. I wish I'd never made us come on this damn vacation trip. Because as soon as I was taken out of the room, a group of people came in, and before the door closed, I could see that they were pointing the gun at my family. And they started firing. They locked me in a glass room, no bigger than a 2-meter cube. They told me that I was under the jurisdiction of the state, that the US government had control over my life. They refused to answer my questions. They refused to tell me why they murdered my family, why they are keeping me alive to torture me. Since that moment, they have not stopped experimenting on me. No matter how much pain they have caused me, they opened my skin to remove the spears and reinsert them. They cut off part of my limbs without closing my wounds. I survived. I survived every pain, and no matter how much I bled, I couldn't die. I couldn't free myself from the curse of that monster that infected me. And the spheres have not stopped growing inside my skin. Sometimes, when I look at them closely, they seem to move, as if something alive was growing inside of me. I lost count of the days when the spheres began to shudder. As in one orchestra, they began to shake strongly, hitting each other inside my skin. The pain began to run through me, and I screamed at the sight of the man who kept me retained. They just stared at me, writing down in their books everything that was happening to my body. It was then when they hatched. I screamed and screamed. Regardless the pain in my throat, they did nothing. I begged them for help. I hid my mutilated hands against the glass, but they didn't flinch. Not even when the blood stained the transparent surfaces. The creatures, they fed on me, coming out of the holes they had created in my skin in search of areas with fresh blood. They opened me up and drank from me without hesitation. With the last of my strength, I looked up. The men in protective equipment had stopped writing. One of them raised his hands. They had already experimented enough with me. They didn't need me anymore. And there were too many creatures to risk. My cage started to get very hot. So hot that I felt what was left of my flesh burn. This is Private Calvin Jackson at the United States Military, and I've been stationed in Newport, Rhode Island for the past 8 days. Command set us here under the strict need-to-know directives. Our only guidance was to maintain order and subdue those that approach Easton's beach. The townspeople tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. Something was happening out there in the water. Hey, get away from there. Close it. I said close the fucking door! This is Private Jackson of the U.S. Military. I've been hauled up in the basement of a local diner in Newport with several civilians for almost 24 hours. I've decided to only transmit when they sleep. I can't keep them calm anymore. They want answers. They demand them from me. As if my uniform and gun mean that I know everything. But I don't. I don't have a clue what's going on. They sent us here with no explanation. I don't even know what happened to the rest of my unit. everything went to shit so fast. These civilians know more about what's going on than I do. I assumed the government was doing something to piss these bored rich people off. Maybe the military decided to set up a base in this town. Maybe they found oil close to Easton's beach, and tree huggers and prude oil broads living off family money were throwing a bitch fit. These people knew something was wrong, and I didn't listen. With all that's happened, I don't think the military was building something out here. I think they were investigating something that showed up. What? What the hell is that? Is that the military? Are they here to rescue us? Hey man, where are you going? What is that? I don't know if anyone is listening to this, but there's no way you can't hear that. I'm in the upstairs of the diner now. Everything is quiet except for that sound. I can see some of the street outside. There are fires. Cars are wrecked. And bodies? Protocol says wait for help, to keep those around us safe and wait for the military to send someone. But they're not coming. That sound is not them. That's not the military. I can't figure out where it's coming from. God, my ears feel like they're going to explode. I don't understand. It's not coming from anywhere. It's everywhere. It's in my head. I think it's gone. What the fuck is happening? Get back inside, sir. Stay in the basement. Is that them? Is that the military coming to get us? You need to get back in. An earthquake? I've never felt one like this. Look, I need you to get inside with your family. I'm gonna figure out what's going on. If I don't come back, just wait. The military will send someone. Where are you going? To see what they're hiding at Easton's beach. It came from the water. There were so many people. They were standing on the beach. Some of them were military, but most of them were civilians. They all just watched the ocean, like zombies. Like they were already dead. It was huge. Like a dragon, only messed up. There was blood all over it, like it was bleeding. It bled into the ocean. The ocean is red. Oh, God. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is real. Things came from it. Things that flew like bats. Like demons. They ripped people apart. I tried to shoot one. It tore my gun away and clawed my chest. I think I'm bleeding out. Now, the streets are like the ocean. They're red. There's blood everywhere. There's blood on everything. We are all going to die. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us!
Hi. Let's wait for more people to join the live before we start. You know, sometimes Instagram doesn't notify, and already a couple of you guys have written to my DM saying you didn't know I was on live. Today, I brought you guys something very special. You can't miss it. Only 500 people. Greetings to Mary and her cousin Sebastian. It doesn't look like more are coming in. Hey, remember to tell your friends, spam the chat, do a lot of spam. If you guys want special stuff, you have to share the live streams, so I make them more often. Instagram doesn't pay me for the posts, and the least you can do is help me that way. Well, let's start anyway. Do you remember when I told you that I had a super exciting and super shocking project? Good. Here it is. I bought a house. Do you like the effect? I got a soundboard. You have no idea how excited I am. When I started on Instagram a year ago, I never imagined there'd be so many people enjoying my content. Every photo, every dance, I never thought I'd get this far. My own home at 20 years old. This Instagram Live is super special, because not only am I going to show you my new house, but we're going to destroy it. We're already at 900. Guys, thank you very much. Sophia asks, are you really going to destroy the house? LOL. Obviously, no. I'm not that stupid, and Instagram doesn't pay that well either, so just that I want to remodel it, and you're going to be part of the construction process. It's pretty cool, right? I bought a cheap house that was up for auction at the bank. Nobody wanted it because the stupid old people around think it's cursed. I swear, it cost me a pittance, and you guys are going to be part of the restoration process with me. Woohoo! 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 Lord Marley 399 asks, why do they say it's cursed? How scary. Take care of yourself. Very much, I love you. I love you too, Lord Marley. That stuff about it being cursed is nonsense invented by the neighborhood. I think the neighbors didn't want anyone else here, or maybe the same vandals who came into smoke spread the rumor. This wall behind me is white because I cleaned it, so Instagram wouldn't start bothering me. But if you saw the rest of the house, it's completely dirty everywhere, and there is a ridiculous amount of trash in the rooms. If you saw the basement, you would lose your minds. You guys are asking me to tell you the curse story? Let's do something. If you want me to tell it, you have to, right now, get us to 1,000 viewers on Instagram. That's all I ask. You can do it, guys. Show how much you support me this instant. 937, 945, 963. All right. Tell your friends, your neighbors, and even your grandma if you have to. 982, we're almost there. 1,000! Woo! I have the best Instagram followers on the planet. You guys made the goal, and I'll give you the story of this house. It would be great to have some background music. Give me a moment. It is rumored that this house is very old. So old that it was built in the early 1930s for a wealthy family very close to the Rockefellers. They had so much money that they used this house as a hideout when they wanted to escape from their aristocratic lives. That was how things were 74 years ago when the incident occurred. Do you know the Roosevelt case? Well, I heard from a bank worker the information they're handling is that case was a smokescreen to cover up what happened here. It is said that the only daughter of the family, a thin and sickly 15-year-old girl, claimed that aliens came to visit her every night, asking her to become the matriarch of their people. I will tell you only the essential. Instagram doesn't like us to talk about these topics. After months of affirming the coming of aliens, the girl's belly began to grow. You can imagine the reaction of the family. Understandably, they panicked looking for the culprit, and that was more difficult than expected. The girl was kept confined to the house and only went out to church. I kind of forget the rest of the details, but the story goes on to say that the father was about to settle accounts with the parish priest when in the middle of the night he saw an intense light entering the girl's room. The light was not coming from a street light, but from a large metal plate in the sky. I told you it was bullshit. After that supposed UFO sighting, she gave birth and the family disappeared, leaving the house abandoned. Why didn't the aliens come back for the girl? What happened to the baby? I think they tried to hold on to the UFO story so much because they were going to get in trouble if they killed the most beloved priest in town. They went so far that there is even an amazing amount of metal junk in the basement. I think they tried to put together a flying saucer to confirm their story, but left it abandoned halfway through the process. When it's time to remodel the basement, we will have a lot of fun. That bro says, stop wasting time and tear down the stupid wall. Well, I'll listen to the sourpuss. Let's start with this. What the hell? What is this? Is this real? They can't be human, can they? Humans aren't that small and slimy, right? Ugh. They smell so bad. I thought it was the wood in the house or that the pipes were clogged. What should I do? Should I call the police? Is it her? Is she for real? The corpse is human. Damn it, a tiny thing next to her is her baby. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but when I opened the walls, a bunch of small slimy bodies fell through the wall. They smell so bad. Bodies are so wrinkled, greenish tone. Faces not human. Their eye sockets are too big. No nostrils. Small skulls. The other one, I'm sure is a human corpse. It looks like a mummy. I don't know what to do. The spaceship is in the basement. Do you think this story is real? That they were murdered? What do I do? Guys, I swear this is real. This is really happening. I don't know what's gonna happen. What can happen to me? Maybe the fluids from these things will hurt me. Or maybe the government will try to hide this. If you don't know about me, I want you to.
Come on, Dad. Pick up. Pick up the fucking phone.
Hi, this is Richard. I'm not here. Leave me a message and I'll call you back. Thanks.
Dad, this is Henry. Please, call me back. What am I saying? It's too late. If you're hearing this, Dad, I ran. Or they already found me. I'm gonna write you a letter and leave it where I hid the pot from Mom. You know where it is, but hopefully they don't. Tell Mom, tell her I love her, okay? But please, don't show her the letter. Dad, I knew it was you sneaking the pot. And if this is Mom, and you're the one that's been taking it, good for you. But I hope it's Dad. I hope he finds the letter. I don't want you to worry, Mom. You know, I don't believe in a lot of stuff. Ghosts, magic, aliens, or even God. Another reason I hope it's you, Dad, is that Mom would have a heart attack if she knew I was an atheist. But after this, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know who or what I am. Do you remember that permission slip I had you sign a week ago? I'm sure you didn't read it. You never do. It was for a field trip to the NASA Space Center over in Cleveland. I always wanted you to take me. I guess it's a good thing that you didn't. I probably would have lost some time with you. Time with Mom. We raised the money in my science group to visit the NASA Museum. It was kind of an end-of-the-year thing. Our last big trip as seniors. And the end to my life as I knew it. Fuck. I should have never joined that stupid club. I was having a great time with the others. I wish you had been there. The NASA exhibits were amazing. space rocks, actual rocket ships, and even the original suit that Neil Armstrong wore on the moon. In a way, I was starstruck. The guide was super nice and really informative. It took me forever to notice it was happening, but when I did, I couldn't think of anything else. Hello? Hello? Is there someone there? Mom? Dad? The NASA guides hit it well. At first, I was enjoying the exhibits, joking with my friends, and not thinking of anything else. But then, I noticed it. One of the guards' eyes were on me. I was standing in front of the Armstrong suit suspended in midair. It hovered in space behind an environmental controlled container of clear, polished glass. I got close to it, looking at the material and the dirt stains across the uniform. That's when I caught him staring. He was a big guy, dressed in a dark suit, like that movie with Will Smith, Men in Black, I think. The only thing he was missing were the sunglasses. If he had been wearing them, I never would have noticed his eyes and how they were watching me. I wanted to shrug it off. I tried, but they followed me. He didn't move a muscle, but his eyes did. I didn't stop feeling them on my back until we entered the next room of the NASA museum. I know you're there. Say something. What do you want? I tried to pay attention to the guide while she described the NASA's discovery of a meteorite, but she was staring too. Her green eyes, they were bright daggers cutting their way inside me. Something in my head told me to run. So, I did. My teacher tried to catch up with me but got stopped by the guide. I ran, but I could hear footsteps getting closer. I couldn't turn back. I knew the man in black was right behind me. I knew that if I slowed down, he would be right there. I don't know why I needed to run. I don't know why I was so afraid, but that voice inside me told me that I had to be. I caught a bus, and just as it closed its door, the man in black suit was just right there behind me, blocked by traffic on the other side of the street. He watched the bus turn the corner. I didn't feel safe until we were entering another town. That's when I called you, remember? I didn't get lost in Cleveland, Dad. I was hiding from something. I lied to you and Mom. I haven't been sick. I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to go to school. I knew that if I left the house, the people from NASA would find me. But I think they already have. I think they're here. Please. God, please let it be my dad at the door. Dad! Hello.
Your father is safe, Henry. We don't want to hurt him or your mother. We need you to open the door.
You have his phone? You have my dad? Why? What the hell do you want?
We don't want them, Henry. We want you. And what's inside you. Open the door.
What do you mean by them? Do you have my mom too? Do you? Answer me!
We wanted you to cooperate, but you would not. The entity inside you is a parasite. It is controlling you even when you are unaware of it. We will cut it out, Henry, and you will die. Your parents will mourn a closed coffin, and your death will mean the protection and safety of the human race. Forgive us, Henry. It must be this way. You're a hero, Henry. Die like one.
Guys, I'm live! Shut the hell up! Can someone tell us what's going on?
The teachers aren't saying anything. They have us under lockdown in the gym and we are freaking out. Usually, if there's a bomb threat or even a shooter, they tell us. But this time, nothing. Why are we in here? Why are we on lockdown? What is happening outside? Is my mom alright?
Jeez, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. You're all thinking the same thing. We've been in here forever. It's 8, you guys. We should have been home hours ago. The teachers are totally freaked, and the Wi-Fi is in and out. Rachel got on Google long enough to see a news story. Something about random killings. Is that what's happening? Are people dying out there? I can't fucking get a signal. Can someone check on my mom? Please. What was that? Miss Flowers, what the hell was that? Everyone be quiet. Abby, put your phone away. Put it away now. I was just trying to... I'm so scared. I can't call out. No one can. We're still under lockdown. I was able to get on the Wi-Fi again. Please, please let this post. Ah!
Ah!
I think people are hurt. The teachers left us in the gym. They went to talk to someone about the lockdown. I followed them. I was the only one that would. That's when it happened. There were men with armor and guns. They looked like SWAT guys with gas masks. The teachers yelled at them. Something about no one being infected and there being no need for the lockdown. Something about kids being inside. The men didn't answer. The principal moved. He took one step outside. They shot him. They shot him and the others ran. The men, they shot the ones who ran too. Oh my god. They're dead, aren't they? They're all dead. Miss Flowers? Miss Flowers! Please! Please! Wait for me! She's trying to kill me. Everyone is trying to kill me. I followed Miss Flowers. I yelled and yelled until she finally stopped. That's when I saw it. The sharp pencil in her hand. It was all bloody. And it looked like a piece of something was stuck to it. Skin. God, this is so fucked. When she turned around, I saw the blood. It was all over her. At first, I thought she got hurt, but her face was wrong. Her eyes, they're usually so sweet and understanding, but they were burning, angry, full of hate. It wasn't her in there anymore. Miss Flowers was gone. She was dead. The woman that taught me how to paint watercolors was an empty shell. Nothing remained but rage. I could feel it. I could feel that she wanted to hurt me. She started walking towards me. She raised the pencil in the air. I fell backwards onto the lockers. They were open. Books fell on me and hit my head. There was blood on the floor. My hand slipped in it while I tried to get up. She was so close. Her foot slipped. She stepped wrong in the blood. She started to fall, and I rolled to the side. Even though her head landed safely on the clothes inside the locker, I knew I couldn't let her back up. I knew it. I had to do something. I grabbed the locker door, and I slammed it. I slammed it on her head, over and over again. She never screamed. She never even begged me to stop. She laid there until her body went limp. Even after it did, I kept slamming the door. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw her skull. It was caved in. Blood was everywhere. It was on me. It crawled away. I started running. God, I didn't even know where I was going until I was there. I thought while I ran, maybe it was a sickness. Maybe whatever was happening outside had made it in. Maybe it was a virus making everyone go psycho. Maybe that's why the school was on lockdown. Maybe the men with guns were psycho too. I finally got to the gym. I wanted to tell the others what happened, but they were gone. No one was left. Not alive. Bodies were everywhere, all over the court and in the stands. I couldn't recognize them. Faces were purple, others were beaten, and some were crumpled into misshapen heaps at the bottom of stadium steps. I didn't know what to do. I thought of the best place for signal. The place I knew would have good connection. I ran to the library. I locked the doors. I've been in here a while. I hope that I'm the only one inside. I think my mom is okay. I think that they weren't protecting us from anything out there. They were trying to keep us in.
Abby. Abigail. Where are you, honey? There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm not mad at you for hurting me. I just want to keep you safe. Come out, Abby. I know you're in here. I can hear you breathing. One, 2, 3. There you are. Ugh! Oh, you're not going to try and hurt me again, are you?
This is for my friends. This is for my family.
Oh, Abby, you were always my favorite student. You wouldn't want to kill your dear old art teacher, would you?
And this is from me.
You were never my favorite teacher, you psycho bitch. We're all going to die here.
Here at Four Corners Medical, we are bearing witness. Bearing. That doesn't sound right. Can we cut that? Alright, let's go again. Here at Four Corners Medical, we are witnessing history in the making. The local clinic has just admitted the first quarantine-level patient our small town has ever seen. Our sources say that they have placed an entire floor under strict lockdown. But what is the patient's illness? Should we be concerned? And what steps are hospital staff taking to ensure the safety of others? This is Kelsey Madden on scene with Channel 7 News. That was the one, right? Awesome. Go ahead and get some B-roll of the front entrance. I'll head inside and see who we can get for an interview. Ready? This is Kelsey Madden reporting from inside the lobby of Four Corners Medical. Visitors have been cleared from the waiting area and all arriving patients are being redirected to other facilities while the lockdown continues. We are here now with Allison Mendoza, the Dean of Medicine. Allison, what can you tell us about your sick patient? Should the public be afraid?
It's Dr. Mendoza. And no, there's no reason to be afraid. After the recent pandemic, we are doing all that we can to ensure our patients' health as well as the health of our community. Currently, there is no cause for fear or concern. The lockdown is a customary protocol on our attempt to keep the public safe.
But isn't it true, Dr. Mendoza, that your orders to lock down the hospital came from the governor's office? And isn't it also true that the World Health Organization has ordered that no one come into direct contact with the patient until their arrival?
Where are you getting this information?
Is that a yes?
No, it is a no comment. You and your people get out of my hospital. I won't allow you to create some sort of spectacle out of a simple diagnostic error.
I just have a few more questions.
Leave now.
Attention, all persons inside the clinic. Do not attempt to leave. I repeat, do not attempt to leave.
What the hell? What is this? Keep recording. What's going on, Doctor?
I don't know.
Leave your belongings and gather in the front waiting room. Do not attempt to contact anyone and do not touch anything as you do so. If you are a patient, remain in your room. All personnel and remaining visitors should exit to the waiting room. A hazmat team will be with you shortly. For your safety and ours, please do as we ask so that we can lift the lockdown as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Should we do what they say? Who are these guys?
I swear I didn't get any communication that this would happen. We just need to do what they ask. I'm sure they'll explain everything soon.
Look, someone is trying to leave. Get the camera on him.
Roger, what are you doing? We have to stay inside. There's no need for that. I'll get him.
Get him back inside, now!
Put that gun down. What are you doing? Roger, stop!
Jesus Christ, they shot him.
Nurse, get over here. We have to stop the bleeding. Get him away from the door.
Do not approach the windows or doors. Do not leave the lobby. Cooperate and the lockdown will end. We will be with you soon.
He's going to bleed to death. He needs medical attention.
He's surrounded by doctors. You can take care of it. No one approached the doors again.
They're shooting people, for God's sake. We have to get up there. We have to see what's going on. People need to know. I need to know. They can't do shit like this. We're going upstairs. You can stay here and hope they lift the lockdown if you want. I'm going to find that patient. This is Kelsey Madden. Please, if I don't make it out of here, tell my mom I'm sorry. Tell her.
Ah! Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, listen. They're not here to help us. If you find this, show it to someone. The world needs to see what they did to us. We're trapped in here with the sick patient. With it. It killed Matthew Greenwood. He was a cameraman and my friend. He's dead. Okay. Something is getting inside everyone. Something that is making them change. They're not infected, they're infested. It's like there are bugs eating their brains, controlling them, making them hurt each other. Every time one of us gets close to a window, the soldiers shoot us down. The doctor, Dr. Allison, she was with me for a while, but I think it crawls inside, through blood. She had that Rogers guy's blood all over her. She started to change. She tried to kill me. Oh my god, she's coming. Where is Kelsey Madden with Channel 7 News? Is she over here? How about under here? Don't cry, Kelsey. Cooperate, and this lockdown will be over soon. I promise, you won't feel a thing. What the fuck do you want? What are you? No, please, don't, no! Ah! We are you, Kelsey. And I lied. It is going to hurt. A lot.
Hello, sweetheart. Can you tell me your name and age?
My name is Marina, and I'm 12 years old.
My name's Jim, and I need you to help me understand what happened tonight when you were home alone. Can you do that for me, darling?
I can. Do you need me to say everything?
Yes. Everything, please.
My parents, they were at a concert. It was the first time they'd been out on a date in years. I had no idea. They told me they weren't coming back until tomorrow, until today. I was so excited about, staying home alone for the first time. They tried to get me a babysitter, but I convinced them not to. I told them I'm not a baby who can't stay home alone, that I could take care of myself. For you to understand what happened, I must start by saying that my parents didn't like me watching anything horror related. They would get very angry if they caught me watching something that wasn't approved by them. I wanted to be a little rebellious, and I thought it was a silly thing to do. They weren't going to find out, and I was home alone. I wanted to watch movies. I just wanted to take advantage of being home alone. I had heard from my friend that Rosemary's Baby was a very scary movie. They had also recommended one called The Witch. I wanted to watch both before my parents got back from the concert, but if I used Netflix, they were going to find out and wouldn't leave me home alone anymore. I knew it was wrong, but I looked for the movies on the internet anyway. I couldn't find them. And even though I really tried, every page I went to didn't work. Without realizing it, I ended up entering a chat room of an online poker game.
What did you find there?
Well, I registered there, and When I sent a message, they asked me what I was looking for. I told them I wanted to watch those scary movies to have a scary night, since I was home alone, and one of them sent me a link. He, or she, told me that I could get a good scare if I clicked on it. I got excited, and without thinking, I clicked the link.
Do you remember the username of the person who gave you the link?
No, I don't remember. The link took me to a blank page that didn't even have a web address. In a matter of seconds, a file was downloaded from the page. As soon as it started running, it sent me to the computer's video player. I seriously thought it was at least one of the movies I was looking for.
Can you tell me what you saw, sweetie?
Yes. It was a group of people dressed in black. Maybe there were 7 or 8 of them. Their skins were extremely white, like ancient Asians' makeup, and their eyes were a milky color, and their hair was silvery. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't look away. They did disgusting things. Then a very young woman came in, and she was pregnant. They tied her up on a table, completely naked. The tallest person took a long knife, like a butcher's knife. Then that person started with her fingertips. God, I'm gonna puke. I'm sorry. They tore her apart. Then they took her blood and made a long rectangle bordering the whole room. They started chanting, and I felt like I was being part of some kind of ritual. After they covered most of the floor with the blood, one of the white people came up to me, to the camera, and told me that I had opened a portal, that their great dimensional god had been invited into my home.
You need a moment? You're looking a little pale.
No, I'm fine. Our gazes met for a moment, and the white person said to me, "Are you having fun being home alone, Marina?" I turned off the computer immediately. I was too scared of what was happening. I didn't know what to do, so I ran to the living room to sit on the couch and wait for my parents. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I was terrified by what I'd just seen. I couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for their god to come looking for me. When my house started to shake, as if an earthquake was trying to bring it down. The pots and pans fell from their shelves. The portraits and photographs fell from the wall. The spotlights began to flicker until they died, and the house was plunged into a deep darkness. I spent several minutes sitting in complete terror. When the shaking stopped, I noticed a movement in the corner of my eye. It was like a shadow walking behind the window. That thing started hitting hard on the glass, as if it wanted me to let it in. I could hear the shadow calling my name, in that hoarse, chilling voice that the white person had spoken to me. I was barely processing what I was seeing when the door began to be pushed, as if something was trying to get in. I was home alone and I was terrified. I looked for a place to hide. I ran to my parents' room on the first floor. I locked myself in there and decided to call them. I felt like I was passing out when I realized that the calls were going straight to voicemail. Their phones were off. That's when I called 911. The person who was attending me was promising that they would send someone to see what was going on when the window in my parents' room started to shake loudly. A black shadow was hitting the glass and screaming my name. I thought it was gonna come in. That the thing they summoned with the woman's blood was gonna come into my house, and that they were gonna do to me what they did to her. You must believe me when I say I was scared. I thought I was gonna die. I panicked. I reached for the safe that my parents hid in the closet. I entered the password. It's my birthday. My father always keeps his gun in there. I grabbed it and I loaded it. I didn't know if the guns worked against demonic or interdimensional things, but I wanted to feel secure. The window kept shaking, and the hoarse voice was calling me. I walked into the living room to wait for the police. Then the door started to shake so hard I thought it was going to come off its hinges. The voice calling me sounded hoarser than ever, and it demanded me to open the door. The words sounded strange and slurred, as if what was calling me didn't know how to speak properly. As if what was calling me was drunk. The door began to give way under the blows. I pointed the gun at it. I wasn't gonna let it catch me. And I fired. It was the blue and red lights of the police siren that allowed me to distinguish my mother's terrified expression and my father's bloodied face. They had arrived earlier than planned. They were very worried about leaving me home alone the first time. I can't believe what I did. It wasn't my intention. How could I know it was them? You know, I don't even believe they are my parents. Maybe that God disguised itself as them. Mom, it's Sophie. God, I hope you can read my handwriting. I don't think I've ever actually written a letter. Nowadays, we always text if we want to say something, but I can't. Not this time. If it knows I told someone, it might hurt you. Or me. God, I hope you find this. I met it on the field trip last Friday. You remember? My biology teacher took the science fair winners to the NASA Space Center over in Maryland. I always wanted to go. I was so excited to win. I worked night and day on my entry. But look where my water pressure rocket got me. Either crazy or totally fucked. We were having fun. The exhibits were actually interesting, and the guides were all super nice. Most of the time, I wasn't listening to them, though. I just looked around. I felt like a little kid. I wanted to touch everything. They showed us rocks from the moon, and actual parts from space shuttles. They even had the original spacesuit that Neil Armstrong wore. Some of the guys joked around, but not me. I just kept thinking that I was a part of history, that I was experiencing something incredible, and then I saw it. A massive rock in a glass case. It was the size of 3 bowling balls put together and maybe just as heavy. The way they displayed it, it looked as if it were suspended in the air. It was a murky green color,
like it was covered in a thin sheen of mold. There were splashes of red throughout that seemed to glow. When you viewed it from certain angles, the light would reflect, and the red would shine like vibrating veins. They would pulse, as if the rock itself was alive. We may be in high school, and we may be the smartest in our class, but we're just kids, you know? They trusted us too much. They trusted me too much. While the tour moved on, 3 of us stayed behind. I guess we were all equally impressed by the big green rock. The guides had called it a mystery. It was a meteorite, a broken piece from the planet Mercury that landed somewhere in Morocco. NASA acquired it, studied it, but still didn't fully understand what it was. They weren't even sure if it was from Mercury. They said the metals within were considered strange and abnormal. While studies continued, they left it on display. I guess they didn't think it could hurt anyone. It's coming back! I swear, Mom, it wasn't my idea. The boys kept daring me to go up to it and touch it. At first, I didn't want to, but I kept feeling this pull, like something wanted me to move. I couldn't stop myself. I did. I walked up to the glass. Ah! Stop it! Not yet! I stood close to the glass. The red was glowing. I knew it wasn't just the lights reflecting anymore. The rock was alive, and it was reaching out for me. It wanted me to break the glass, but I couldn't. I wouldn't do it, so it did. It started ringing. Oh God, the ringing. It hurt so much, the boys wanted to scream. They ran away and left me alone with it. All of the lights in the room flickered until they were all out. It was only me and the red. All I could see was the red. No, stop! I'm not finished. Go away. The sound just got louder. The glass shattered. I could hear voices, like the tour guide and my teacher coming back. But I knew they couldn't help me. I didn't want them to. It had me already. It had me in the red. The meteor floated up in the dark. The ringing shook the entire room until I was face to face with the green rock. I stood there and watched. I was crying, but I couldn't move. My mouth hung open and I think I stopped breathing. Ah! Stop it! Fuck! It was floating, hovering right in front of me. The glow got so bright, I could barely make out the pieces of the rock falling away. They shattered across the floor and on my feet. I didn't feel it. I didn't care. It was so beautiful. It was alive. It was see-through, like a phantom jellyfish floating in the air. It had these tendrils and a dark red center filled with spines and veins. My face was wet. There were tears, but I wasn't making a sound. My mouth stayed open, and I cried. It didn't move. The red touched my face, but I didn't move. I felt its tendrils caressing my cheek, catching the tears that fell. But then it started to crawl inside. Its legs were down my throat. I felt the tendrils filter through my body and into my own veins. Eventually, it was crawling on my spine until I could hear the ringing inside of my head. When the guide came back, they yelled at me. They thought I destroyed the meteorite. They thought I shattered some kind of rock from outer space. I destroyed nothing, Mother. I woke it up. I saved it from its shell. Sophie doesn't exist anymore. Sophie is dead. I am only the red. How are you feeling, Harper? Like shit. Who are you? Where's Carrie? Your friend sat by you all night. I sent her home to get some sleep. I thought I'd take over. She's sweet. But who the hell are you? My name is Officer Palmer, but you can call me Flora. I've been sent to get your statement about what happened yesterday evening. Do we have to do this right now? I'd rather not think about it. I'm afraid so. This is when your recollection is most vivid. I'll try to make it as painless as possible. I don't want to deal with this. Harper, listen. A lot of costly equipment, parts, and an entire vehicle were lost in yesterday's accident. A powerful company and a lot of rich assholes in expensive suits are looking for someone to blame. If you don't tell me what happened now, they'll make up a story that benefits them. And the person they blame could be you. Do you understand? I can't. Can you at least try? I know you just woke up. I could go get you some coffee or... You don't get it. Enlighten me. I didn't just wake up. I haven't slept at all. I try, but I just can't. I'm scared. Scared of what, Harper? I had never taken one. Well, not since they added the drivers. You'll have to be more specific, Harper. Take one what? And what drivers are you talking about? An Uber. I haven't used an Uber since they added the Android drivers. It's like when they make a new vaccine. You wait until everyone else gets it and make sure it doesn't have any bad side effects. I waited for a while. I'd never heard of anything happening with the androids. Guess that's now changed, huh? Go on. I missed the bus home. I have to commute to work and it was going to be hours before another one ran. I didn't want to wait, and no one would come get me. When I got the app, I didn't even realize that Uber doesn't use humans anymore. They've gone completely robot. Did you know that? Yeah, well, I didn't really have a choice. I booked one and waited. It showed up fast. When they work, they're definitely efficient, I'll give them that. My door opened automatically and I got in. I didn't even want to look at it. The entire idea is so crazy to me. But it kept talking to me. It felt rude not to say something back. What did you talk about? What the hell could we talk about? It's an Uber driver. That is all it is. That's all it was programmed to be. It kept asking me if I was ready to proceed. I guess it needed to record my confirmation or something. I finally looked at it. God, I hate that I did. They could have done a better job at making them look human, you know? Sure, they have this rubber flesh with hair, nose, ears, and all the magical things that makes us human, but their eyes, they're so empty and soulless. When they look at you, it's like they don't even see you, or more that they see through you. They see through everything. My Uber android was a man that night. The ID on his dashboard said that his name was Adam. ADAM, Automatic Driving Android Man. He's their newest model. Uber only has a few of him out there. They're in a trial run. Lucky me. I mean, things started out okay, but then it got weird. Weird how? He started driving. Normally I don't pay that much attention, but I guess I was more aware this time. His timing was perfect. He always used turn signals, never ran a red light or stopped too fast. He was the best Uber driver I'd ever seen. The best driver, period, in fact. I probably would have left him a good review. But then he started talking. What did he say to you? He asked me about my family. Not even human Uber drivers do that. I didn't speak a lot. It was stupid. But the truth is that I didn't want to hurt its feelings. I just listened. I wish I hadn't. He said he wanted a family of his own. I didn't understand that. I mean, are they automated or do they have some form of intelligence? Were they supposed to want things? It didn't bother me so much at first, but then he said that he wasn't considered a person and could never have one. A family. I felt bad for him. I tried to make a stupid joke, to ease the tension more for myself than for him. I said, "Don't worry, Adam. One day you guys will take over things, and you'll have whatever you want." And then he... "It's alright, Harper. Take your time." He smiled. I didn't like it. It was a knowing smile. Like he knew something I didn't. He said, "Don't worry. When we do, I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for all time's sake." After that, I didn't want to hear anymore. I asked him to please stop talking, but he didn't like that. "Keep going, Harper. What happened next?" It turned and looked at me. I looked out the window, but I could still see that it was staring at me. Its head was twisted around all wrong. Like that girl in The Exorcist. We were at a red light. It turned green, but Adam didn't move. I knew then that something was wrong. He hit the gas so hard my entire body jolted forward. He started racing through traffic. He bobbed and weaved like something out of an action movie. The entire time, he just looked at me. He stared into me. He had no expression at all. It was like he felt nothing. And the whole time he just kept driving. We must have hit over 100 miles per hour. I yelled and yelled. I tried everything I could think of. "Stop, let me out, please! Please stop this!" It didn't care. It kept driving. We were getting close to the bridge that overlooks the lake. I knew what was gonna happen as soon as I saw the guardrail. Before we hit the water, I looked at him and what, Harper? I saw something there. It wasn't hollow like that before. He wasn't empty. There was something inside his eyes that told me it was on purpose. We hit the guardrail and flew off the bridge. We crashed into the water. My head hit the roof. I felt dizzy. The water was so cold. It was like his eyes, too. Dark and black. What happened to the Uber driver? How did you get out? I couldn't first. The water was pouring in, but nothing was opening. I couldn't get the windows to go down, and the doors were locked. The water was coming in around us. It was up to our chins. I struggled to breathe, but Adam just sat there. It stared at me, never moving, and never blinking. He spoke to me, and then I heard the window going down. I kicked off my seat, and I swam through the window. I looked back for just a second when I was about to reach the surface. Adam's head had turned around, and he was watching me swim away. His hands were still holding the steering wheel, and he was still smiling. The water was burning my eyes, so I closed them and let my body float to the surface. It's all a blur after that. I remember someone pulling me out of the water. I remember coming here. I kept my eyes closed the entire time. I didn't want to open them, and Adam be staring at me. When I did open them in the hospital, Carrie was there. And then when I closed them again, he was.
What did it say to you?
What?
You said it spoke before you swam out of the window. Do you remember what he said?
He said, "You will regret making us."
When old Larry disappeared for 2 long months, all the students thought he had finally passed on to the next world. The archaic, grumpy old man was easily over 80, and from his unhealthy and unkempt appearance, no one would be surprised if the man simply collapsed on the floor from a cardiac arrest.
Damn you kids who don't know how to appreciate the value of high school. If I were their teacher, I'd put them over my knee and beat their asses until they couldn't stand up.
Was the kind of thing Larry used to say when students accidentally stepped on his freshly cleaned floor. His temper was so explosive and nasty that even high school teachers avoided him like the plague. The reason for Larry's disappearance wasn't known until after 3 weeks of silence, when a hastily scribbled letter sent by the old man reported that he had been involved in a car accident on the outskirts of town and that he was in the process of recovering in the hospital. No one was quite sure how an old man of Larry's age was driving a car on an uncrowded road, and even less was known what motivated him to flip his car down the hillside where he was driving on. You would think that an old man's brittle bones would not withstand the force of the impact that left his car total loss. But to everyone's surprise, 2 months later, old Larry showed up early in the morning to return to his duties. The news of the return of the nasty janitor began to spread throughout the high school classrooms within minutes. But by lunchtime, everyone had forgotten all about it and didn't even bother to give the old man a second glance. Larry didn't seem to have a problem with the inattention. He even seemed pleased with the anonymity. He didn't complain when no one asked him about the lack of bandages and scars or his healthy appearance.
Oh, there's so many people here. I want to meet them all before making my mind up.
Was his new motto, and he said it to every person in the high school who commented on his new attitude. The kids who had previously feared the old man found in him a kind and loving grandfather they could lean on. In a matter of a couple of weeks, Larry had become a father figure to many of the students and spent more time alone with them in the supply closet than actually working. The rest of the high school staff didn't seem very pleased to allow an old man to lock himself in a small closet for hours with minors. But despite the teacher's best efforts, at no time was that group of students willing to reveal what they talked about with Larry, and when asked directly, they always claimed that they didn't remember it, but that it had made them feel better. Since there was no sign of abuse or inappropriate behavior, the administration could do nothing but bow their heads and pretend that nothing suspicious was going on when they saw the increased school performance of the kids who talked to Larry. The curious thing was that those students and teachers of the high school who had never been terrified by the janitor felt that there was something strange going on with the old man. Maybe it was his new charismatic way of expressing himself, or how dead his eyes looked when he smiled. For these people, it was as if Larry had been replaced by a degraded copy of what the man used to be. Despite the suspicions of those involved, everything remained relatively peaceful until Avery disappeared. Avery was a low-income 16-year-old girl who lived with her single mother and her 2 brothers. She had never been very responsible in high school, and it was not unusual for her to run away from home for a couple of days. So, it took a while before the police got involved and began the investigation process. Larry was quickly placed among the first suspects. The older man had become very close to Avery recently, and she was one of those who had spent the most time with him in the supply closet.
She was very pretty, but not adequate. Too small and with weak thighs.
He replied when asked if the girl had told him about her intentions to run away. No officer seemed to give much importance to his comment, in the same inexplicable way that the students forgot they were talking to the old man. No one thought of old Larry and his strange closeness to the students again until Ryan, the quarterback of the high school's football team, disappeared under unexplained circumstances. When the police asked Larry what he thought about the case, his only comment was,
He was very athletic, but he had a problem with his frontal lobe that would lead to cancer in a few years.
The police also noticed nothing unusual in that statement, and, against all good judgment, the old man was ruled out as a suspect and was no longer interviewed in the following investigations, even though the next 4 missing boys were also in the group of students who sought his advice. Larry wasn't even pointed out when the corpses of the missing boys were found one day in the high school hallway without a drop of blood in their veins, and with most of their internal organs missing. The bodies appeared to be nothing more than an empty shell of their former selves, and no one seemed to give a damn. Apparently, only the high school staff were outside of the enchantment that surrounded the old man. Not willing to let Larry's strange behavior go unnoticed, the principal decided to call the hospital in search of answers about the man's strange change. The high school principal got his answers, but they were not necessarily what he was wanting.
Are you related to Mr. Jones? Yes, I am very sorry for your loss, but we have been waiting 6 months for you to contact us. We need the cost of the hospital fees to be covered, Mr. Jones. Insurance only covers $15,000 and the funeral arrangements.
The principal walked to the supply closet, unable to believe what he had just heard. When he got close enough to place his hand on the doorknob, it slowly opened to reveal the image of old Larry, standing upright and smiling with his hands behind his back. A spotlight shone dully on the man, and the principal wondered how he had ever mistaken him for the deceased old man.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, sir. The fun of hunting diminishes when you are not hunted, but this body is starting to get heavy, and your cubs don't seem to be able to withstand transmutation without their immature minds affecting my state of consciousness. I enjoy young flesh, but I need a mature body to begin incubation. You seem like a good candidate. Are you interested?
Said what pretended to be Larry, extending his hand. The director tried to run and move away with all his strength, but his body remained motionless. With terror, he watched how his own hand stretched and squeezed the old man's hand without him being able to do anything to avoid it. The last thing the high school principal saw was Larry open his mouth in a superhuman way, as if he were some kind of anaconda. A strange light was emitted from inside the old man's body, and in the blink of an eye, Larry collapsed on the floor as if he had suffered a cardiac arrest. The principal came out of the closet and began walking through the halls of the high school, but for some reason, he looked a little different.
Hey there, listeners. Welcome back to the Phantom Council. It's your witch queen of all things scary and imaginary, Millie Rose. You're right on time for our midnight segment, based on a true story. Before we get started, the National Weather Service would like me to remind you that tonight's snowstorm is going to be a big one. So, as much as we here at the Phantom Council like to live on the dangerous side, we ask that you stay indoors, stay warm, and stay tuned throughout the night. And like the old folks in this podunk mountain town always like to say, stay out of the snow. Alright folks, now that the serious stuff is over, grab your flashlights, throw on your pajamas, and gather around for some real-life horror stories. Here's our first caller, Calvin. Go ahead, Calvin, you're on the air. Tell us about your ghostly encounter. Calvin? You're killing us with the suspense, brother. Normally I'd be into it, but not on the first caller. Tell us what happened to you, Calvin. Tell us all about the ghost you saw.
Hey, hi, Millie.
Hey there, Calvin. You got a story for me?
Will you guys shut up? Hello, Millie. The truth is, I don't actually have a story. I lied. I just called you to tell you that, well, I kind of have a crush on you. Will you add me? Any site is cool. I use the same name for everything. It's who's your _ dad.
Calvin? Calvin, are you there? Oh darn, we lost Calvin. Sounded like a really scary story too. Come on guys, I need a good scare tonight. And if you call here and try to pitch me your self-promotion, I'll scream, but not in a good way. Here we go, another caller. Please, in the name of Satan, our unholy father, give me something terrifying and true. You're on the air. Whenever you're ready. Don't spare the gory details.
You won't believe me.
Oh, caller. You don't know how many times I've heard that. Your name's Sasha, right? Look, Sasha. I believed in Santa Claus until I was 12. I believed in Freddy Krueger until I was 16. I still believe the moon landing was faked. Come on, hit me with your best shot. It already sounds like a scary one. Hello? Sasha? Don't tell me we lost her.
I had to get an Uber. I was too scared to drive in the snow. I just wanted to get home. It was so cold. I just wanted to go home.
Hey, we've all been there. Ubers are scary. You never know if some maniac is gonna be driving.
The car pulled up and I got inside. The Uber driver was nice. He had the heat turned all the way up. It was warm. He was gonna take me home, but the snow got really bad. The Uber driver asked me if I was sure that I wanted to keep going. He said he didn't mind. He'd driven it worse. I lived in the country, and I knew the roads might get bad outside of the city. But I just wanted to go home so bad, so I told him to keep going, and he did. But they weren't just bad. They were frozen. When we started crossing through the mountains, I could feel the wheels sliding on the ice. I asked him if everything was okay. He said yeah, but it was on his face. Things were really bad. We got to the valley, and we couldn't see the road. We started passing more trees than I remember there being. When he lost signal, I did, too. He asked me if I knew where we were without GPS. No, I didn't know. I didn't even think we were on a road anymore.
Please, keep going, Sasha. What happened next? Was your Uber driver crazy or something?
I got out of the Uber. I thought maybe if I looked around, I might recognize something. But it was all covered in white. I couldn't see 2 feet in front of me. The snow was so thick. It was like a freezing mist. The Uber driver told me to get back inside. I wanted to, but that's when I heard it.
Heard what?
I heard it moaning, like it was hurt or something. I thought it might have been a dog. It sounded like it needed help. The Uber driver kept telling me to get back inside. He said I'd freeze. But I could hear it. It got louder. I couldn't see anything. I asked him if he heard it too. We both got quiet.
and we listened. It wasn't moaning anymore. We both got in the car. I heard the doors lock all at once. I wanted to cry. The Uber driver said something about starving wolves, but I couldn't hear him. All I could hear was the roar. It was so close. He said we should stay in the car, that we could keep warm throughout the night. Maybe the snow would melt in the morning. Maybe we'd have signal. Maybe someone would see us. He didn't think we should go outside. I didn't want to. The Uber driver, at the time, I didn't tell him, but I could feel it out there. It wanted us to come out.
Sasha, you don't have to keep going. We'll just end it right.
The Uber driver turned up the heat. It was blasting in the floor and through the vents, but we couldn't get warm. We could hear it over the sounds of the car. We could hear it getting closer. He cried out. He saw something move. I tried to see through the windows, but they were like ice. I blew on the glass, the only hot air I had left. I rubbed away the fog, and it was there, staring at me out in the snow.
Sasha?
It was tall, it was hairy, it was white, it had long arms, long legs, no face, no eyes, no ears, only a mouth with a million teeth. There was blood in the snow where it walked. There was blood on its arms, on its legs, and on its face. It was screaming. It was loud. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear him when he said he was gonna look outside. I couldn't speak when I wanted to yell, "Stop! Don't roll down the window! Don't go outside!" It was too late. He looked but didn't see. He could hear it but didn't know it was there. I watched it take him. I couldn't do anything. I just watched.
Take him? Take him where?
It had his head. The Uber driver, he was screaming. When it bit down on his throat, he didn't scream anymore. He choked. I opened my eyes and it was pulling his body through the window. I wanted to move, to pull him back inside, but it was dragging him out until he was gone. I heard the crunch. I heard it ripping. I heard the blood. I heard its moan. And then I heard nothing at all.
And then?
I didn't move. The car stayed on. The window stayed open. I survived the night, but I was cold. I was cold when they found me. I was cold when they took me home. I'm still cold. I don't know if I can be warm again.
It's a good story, Sasha. You definitely got me. The Phantom Council thanks you for your genuine scare.
I knew you wouldn't believe me.
I mean, a part of me wants to, Sasha. Even if it's true and you watched a giant monster eat your Uber driver, why tell me? What are you getting out of this? Why did you call here at all?
I wanted to tell you that you were right. Stay out of the snow.
I think I was in high school when I started to get interested in aliens and other fantastic creatures. My friends and I spent every afternoon at my house investigating all the forums within our reach.
At that time, the internet was just beginning to be a thing, and it had this halo of mystery in its operation. Terror was at its peak, and every little space on the net was full of people who wanted to share the lurid things they found, or that they invented themselves. That's how I learned about the Fermi paradox. In short, Fermi wondered, where is the rest of the intelligent life in the universe, and why didn't we know anything about them yet? Thus was created the theory of the Great Filter. This filter is a fact, or an event, impossible to overcome that makes civilizations perish. This leaves us with only three possibilities. If we find ourselves in front of the filter, it would mean that we are a part of the lucky beings. Or maybe, we are the first to achieve it. In both cases, everything will be fine. The problem is supposed to start if we find ourselves behind the filter. If we find traces of life in the universe, it means we are doomed. This paradox left a permanent mark on my dumb and impressionable teenage brain, and it took almost 11 years from the day I met it for me to finally feel in control of my life. My first day working as an intern for NASA was the most rewarding day of my life. Maybe my work was not particularly elegant, and it was not even close to the life of an astronaut, but it was good, and I felt very grateful for the opportunity. From that moment until now, I was mostly dedicated to monitor planets and send signals that came back without responses. Until one day, they responded. Things went well at the beginning. These beings we had contacted seemed to resend the signals we had been sending into space for years, as if they themselves were looking for someone with them. Communications were low and sporadic. We were separated by too many light years. Gradually, the weight was diminishing until our signals didn't even have to leave our solar system. They had come for us. For a few months, they remained relatively distant from Earth, farther away than we were able to send manned missions. That's when the aliens set up a base in Saturn's rings. They were clearly more technologically advanced than us, and seemed to be able to make great trips in a matter of minutes. They also seemed to be curious about our species, as if they'd never seen a species considered civilized before. As if they had been the first to get past the filter. Our first forms of communication began as photos and videos. We sent probes that orbited Saturn, until they captured them and took them to the space base they had installed there. This was curiously similar to the International Space Station. Yes, once they received our gifts, we undocked the probes and released small robots that we controlled from Earth. These had a screen through which we could show them whatever we wanted, and we showed them everything. We could see them too. We used a real-time camera that was attached to the probe. These humanoid beings that watched our images attentive and alert were small and with short limbs. They seemed to have a long tail like that of a lizard that served them as a walking stick. Their soft and smooth skin was of a bluish color, and their bodies seemed to be covered with some kind of bright green spacesuit, completed by a helmet made out of a transparent material that moved perpetually. Like the water of a waterfall. The faces of the creatures were the strangest thing. The place that corresponded to the eyes was occupied with two long slits that were on the sides of the head. They didn't seem to have a visible nose or ears, and their mouths opened sideways from the bottom, where the chin of the human beings would be. I wish I had never called them. If I had known what they were willing to do, I would have preferred to kill myself rather than bring them to our planet. We humans consider ourselves the pinnacle of evolution, and maybe that's true. We haven't changed for the last 2,000 years, we've only improved our technology. Who knows how much time they have had available for that. When the aliens finally made their first contact, we weren't prepared to respond. Even when we had emergency protocols and most countries' armies pointed at them, we were not even rivals.
That fateful day, we watched as the sky was covered with multiple ships stretching as far as the eye could see, like an Independence Day parade. From below, we waited excitedly for those who would become our killers. The massacre was slow and extended for days. As soon as their humanoid bodies touched the earth, they unleashed an anger and a weapon's power that we didn't expect. We could do nothing but watch helplessly as they attacked the submarine communications cables at the same time that they overloaded our electrical network. They were fast and efficient, as if they'd been planning their movements for a long time, as if we had given them all of the necessary information about our geography and technology. In this way, they left us completely isolated, bringing down our economic system along the way. They also destroyed our satellites, rendering useless most of the war weapons that we could use against them. We had no way to counterattack. Then, the bombs happened. They only had to destroy what we depended on to leave us vulnerable. Lacking energy sources, most of the hydroelectric and nuclear plants were left without their containment methods. Many lives were lost in floods and explosions. Water consumed many urban centers and a significant portion of our crops. Radiation didn't make it any better. Thousands died from immediate effects of overexposure, and many more would die later from cancers that could not be treated. It all happened so fast that it couldn't be stopped. By the 4th week, a third of the world's population was dead. The damned remained intact. They didn't seem to be affected by the lack of food or the excess of radiation. Neither any alien corpse was found when the remains left by the water were lifted. They were clearly superior to us, much more adapted to survival. The visitors also brought with them the disease, several epidemics of viruses that we didn't know and that we were not able to fight were spread to the population, killing millions in its path, as no pandemic has ever done. Our animals didn't survive either. They distributed their punishments equally, leaving no one safe in their path. We no longer had livestock nor pets. Everyone was gone. As the months went by, we no longer had long-range weapons, nor communication systems, nor hospitals, nor economic systems. We had nothing left. Still, there were brave men and women who fought for the remnants of our civilization. Many men and women took to the streets, taking the weapons that were still functional to face the threat. None of them returned. I was in my cubicle on the day of the invasion. All of us who stayed in the building did our best to show resistance, while we devised something, anything. It was in vain. Without electricity, all the technology became useless. Even those things that used batteries didn't last long. They had arrived, and they had no intention of leaving. NASA was one of the first places to be conquered. They seemed particularly interested in us. I witnessed the abuse and their bloodthirsty way of acting. They didn't kill all of us. No, only the rebels. We realized then that the easiest way to ensure our own survival was to join them and betray our own. I'd like to feel guilty, but I was so hungry and afraid. The aliens took us in, taught us their language, and fed us with their food as if we were small children. I almost would have felt grateful if they weren't killing the rest of us outside. When they contacted us back, I wasn't sure what they wanted from us, or why it had taken them so long to come looking for us. Now that I see how the monstrosities they spawned with humans are born, I think I understand. They came to share their knowledge and their culture with us, destroying everything that was holding us back, everything that made us unworthy. They came to help us overcome the Great Filter.
I think I was about 7 years old when my mother started to fall into alcohol. The recent divorces with my father hurt something deep inside her, and she never really fully recovered. Seeing my mother dying of grief made me believe that love was a deadly disease that I would never want to suffer from. I didn't want to give that power over to me to anyone. Then Lilith arrived at the high school. My beloved Lilith moved into my neighborhood when I was 11 years old, and I only had to lay my eyes on her to be captivated by her beauty. There was something mesmerizing in the dark gaze of that pale girl with the mischievous smile that made my heart immediately fall at her feet. I would have liked things between us to have worked out, but I was so immature and unstable, so desperate for approval that all I could do was secretly adore her while she was fooled by a jerk high school student who didn't know how to appreciate her, by the way. I loved her. I really loved her. I think I'm still loving her, even though I'm terrified of her. I knew that my love and admiration for Lilith was not shared by everyone, but I never imagined how she was affected by being one of those outcasts of the high school. I witnessed how other girls made fun of her dark way of dressing and her dramatic makeup. They all seemed like idiots to me, but there was very little I could do against the older boys. I tried to be there for her both inside and outside of high school, supporting her with my company. I thought we had found comfort in each other. I wanted to avoid going home and crossing paths with my mother, and she just wanted to be loved, just not the way I loved her. Today, Lilith called me around 3 a.m. because she needed me urgently. As a fool in love, I did my best to quietly escape from my room and ran all the way to her house, too afraid that she would put herself in danger. Her parents were high-ranking military officers who always left her home alone with a wide variety of weapons, and she had been hurt herself before. When I arrived at her front yard, she was already waiting for me leaning against the front door frame.
You came.
She said to me in a dull tone. She looked terrible. Big circles covered her face, as if she hadn't slept in many days. Also, her hair and clothes looked disheveled. She looked like a zombie. You know I would, I replied. She looked so nervous and her cell phone notifications kept ringing.
Come in. No, better wait here.
She slammed the door in my face, and I stood there in the middle of the night until minutes later she came out of the house with a thin black box in her arms.
Come on.
She grabbed my hand and we started running. We looked like two lunatics as we made our way through the dark streets of the city. We ran and ran until my legs started to hurt. I was about to ask her where we were going when she suddenly stopped at the entrance of our high school.
I heard once that a boy committed suicide in the arts classroom of this high school. Let's go inside.
We broke into the high school without much difficulty, climbing over a fence in the backyard. We didn't share a word as we opened one of the windows and entered the building. Neither did we speak as we entered the old arts room, and she wordlessly instructed me to sit on the floor.
Have you ever played with a Ouija board?
I shook my head. She clicked her tongue and pulled the board out of the black box she had brought with her. Lilith placed it on the floor and knelt in front of me. We both breathed heavily as she positioned her index finger on the pointer. I mimicked her, remembering an old scary show we had seen once in Halloween.
You can't lift your fingers until we finish the session. The session is not over until the tablet allows us to leave. Got it?
Yes. Do you have any questions? Lilith smiled at me with pity. It was the first time I had seen her smile in months. She lowered her gaze and said to the board,
Suicidal spirit in the arts classroom of this high school. Will I get what I wish?
The pointer stood still for several seconds before sliding violently to the bottom of the board. 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. We read out loud as it communicated with us. What the hell? I asked. I had never believed in magic, but the answer was a little disappointing. An awkward silence stretched into the cold room. She looked even more miserable than before I arrived, and I had no idea how to cheer her up. Will we remain friends forever? I asked out loud, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Our relationship had been so shaky recently that I needed some comfort, and hopefully I could comfort her. 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. We read as the pointer moved. Lilith looked even paler as the numbers came up. I felt angry at the incomprehensible answer. Suicidal boy from the arts classroom of this high school. Will Lilith and I be friends forever? The pointer began to move violently, indicating the combination of numbers over and over again. 0, 2, 2, 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2, 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. This is bullshit. I shouted, sick of getting the same meaningless answer. Lilith looked at me very seriously and said,
Maybe it's a date. Today is April 11, 2022. Maybe something will happen later?
Something that will make us stop being friends?
Maybe. It's been hard days. Please don't come to high school today. I don't want to see you here.
I stood completely dazed and confused as she took the board and left the room without finishing the game. My heart arched inside my chest, and I had to fight not to break down and cry in that place. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when I was finally able to return home from high school to my mother's house. Like a lost soul, I went into my room and laid down on my bed, hoping not to wake up until the next morning. I felt so exhausted that it was even hard to breathe. My sleep was deep, but not recuperative. A nuisance in the back of my head hadn't let me rest completely, and my cell phone, which kept ringing, finally brought me back to the real world. Looking at the clock at my nightstand, I realized that it was already close to 11:30 a.m. I stretched my back and inhaled deeply. There were no longer any point in getting ready for high school. Maybe the board was right. Lilith didn't want to see me in high school, and she had gotten what she wished for. Completely sad and sleepy, I took my cell phone and went downstairs to the living room. There, my drunken mother watched the news with unfocused eyes. Without bothering to say a word, I sat down next to her, and I started to check my messages. The notifications kept coming in and threatened to drive me crazy. I clicked on the first notification that covered my screen, and it took me to a video where Lilith was the protagonist. I looked up in terror to try to ignore the private and obscene images that had been imprinted in my mind. But Lilith was there too, on the television screen. Only now, the black clothes she wore to high school were stained with blood. She looked happy, as I hadn't seen her in many years, as if she'd finally gotten what she'd wished for.
I hate this country. God, I would give anything just to go back home. I never thought that I would miss the US so much. The military sent us here to keep ongoing local turmoil and strife in check. Just like us, right? To send our own people to help the little guy. I guess that's why I joined the military in the first place. We've been here for a few days. We were only supposed to pass through. The guys thought that with their compasses and Boy Scout know-how, they could see us to the other side. but the locals warned us. They told us not to go into the forest without a guide. Even the military couldn't train us for man's inability to ask for directions, it seems. But here we are, lost. Here I am, anyway. The boys have been missing for a few hours. We would lose one, and then another would volunteer to go find them. It all started with the first one, I guess. The first private to break away from the unit and go off alone. That's why he left. He said he heard people whispering. He thought perhaps some paramilitary group or lost citizens were talking in the trees. The locals lost. Ha! That's a laugh. The United States military trained us up, some of us for years, and dropped us off in a treacherous country. And what's the first thing we do? We get ourselves lost on the way to base. I should just take this Private Leslie Downs ID and throw it away. The military didn't train us to be screw-ups. Hello? Is anyone out there? Patrick? Davy? Come on, guys. Don't fuck with me like this. Just answer. If you are a local in need of assistance, I can help you. But I need you to come out of the trees now. I need you to talk to me. Come on out. Don't be afraid. I'm the military. Whatever it is, I can help. Please stop this. I just want to go home. Whoever you are. Whatever you are. I don't want to be here anymore. Fuck the military. Let me out of here and I'll leave this country. I'll go so fucking far away you'll never see me again. Please just stop. The military could never pay me enough for this shit. With or without the guys, I'm getting out of these woods. I'm getting back home, or I will die trying. If anyone finds this tape, if anyone listens to it, hear me now. I am Private Leslie Downs. The men in my unit, Private Patrick Morris, Private Davy Crosby, Sergeant... My unit is gone. In a night, they all became missing, in action in these woods. I cannot afford to search for them. Whatever or whoever is out there will not give me peace. I'm afraid it's coming for me next. If you find this tape, go to 104 Forest Drive in Downey, Idaho. Tell my mother. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I... Oh God. Patrick, he fell out of the trees and... Fuck! His skin is gone! His military uniform is still intact, but his fucking skin is gone! What the hell is going on? Jesus Christ, what is that? Who are you? Who are you? What the hell do you want from me?
This land is not your home.
What do you want? God, I just want to go home.
They call me the Baba Yaga, Leslie Downs. And you are never going home.
Sure. How do you normally start these things? Like my earliest memory, or what? It's like an interview without all the pressure and consequences. I'll ask a few questions and you answer them at your own pace. Just try to be honest or lie, if you want to. We're going to get to know each other, okay? Okay. You're in the military, Benjamin. Was that right? Tell me about it. Private Benjamin Shields. Earning that title was the proudest day of my mum's life. Thank God she's not here to see me like this. If the heart attack hadn't taken her, knowing that I got kicked out of the military would have. Would that help if we talked about why? Why what? Why you were discharged from the force. What? Don't you know? It's because of what I did. I mean, it's because of what I did. Well, that's good, Benjamin. The first step to healing is taking responsibility for your actions. I'm very impressed. I would like it if we continued this direction, and whenever you want to, we'll stop. So, what happened that caused you to leave the armed forces? It's not that I wanted to. It's that they couldn't keep me anymore. They say I'm crazy. They say I need medical help. The VA couldn't fix me, so I ended up here. Maybe you'll do better. Maybe you can convince me it's not there. Lord knows the military couldn't. What's not there? I call it the Stalker. I think it's always been there. When I was a kid dreaming about joining the army someday, I'd spend days in the backyard playing with my little green army guys. I'm sure there's still a few of them missing arms and buried in the sandpit. You would take arms off your army men? Yeah, guess I did. Yeah, you're not being fair, Benjamin. You've been honest with me thus far, but that last thing you said, I can tell you lied. I mean, what do you want me to say? The truth? That would be a start. It did! The Stalker tore off their arms and sometimes their heads. I was always too afraid to look at it, but I knew it was there. Whether I was playing with my military toys or even my dump trucks, it would break things. It would mess them up and until I would get into trouble, kind of like what it's doing now. Tell me, Benjamin, what has the Stalker done? What else have you gotten blamed for? Like I said, it's always been there. I'm not aware of it all the time. It's like breathing, you just do it. But when you notice it's happening, it's all you can think about. When I was 5, it decapitated my army men. When I was 12, it killed our dog. It took months for my mum to look me in the eye after that. Even when I joined the military and started acting respectable, I don't think she ever believed me. When I was 18, it cut my girlfriend while she was sleeping. It nearly took her index finger clean off. She told everyone I was cursed. Thank God, it made her look crazier than me. My mum, though, without even asking me, she knew I would blame it on the Stalker. When I was 22, it finally did it. I'd been in the military for a couple of years then. We were stationed in Afghanistan, and I was patrolling our encampment with another soldier. I'd started to forget the Stalker by then. Stuff like that was chalked up to paranoia. VA doctors call it post-traumatic stress. I'd stopped talking about the Stalker altogether. I guess the longer I went without mentioning it, the more it stopped existing to me. I think I was just pissing it off. What happened that night, Benjamin? What did the Stalker do? I told you, I'd never seen it before. But when it cut him open, I knew what it was. It smiled at me. There were empty holes where its eyes should have been, but I could still see into them. Its grin was so fucked up and wide. Drool and blood seeped from between its teeth. Its skin was stretched over the twists and contortions of its bones like dried black leather.
I had a fucking gun in my hand. Military issue. I could have shot it. I should have shot it. But I just stood there and watched while it shoved its entire arm through the guy's chest. The soldier that I was patrolling with, he never saw it coming. 1 second he was following me around the camp. Next he had a monster's arm splitting open his rib cage. How could he have done that? I mean, I never fired the damn gun. What happened then? Did it leave? Have you seen the Stalker since? I'm afraid I have, Doctor. It's standing right behind you.
Beloved brothers and sisters, I send you all blessings of light. I hope that if you love me enough, you will do the same for me on a day as important as today. I want to use this Facebook Live to spread my story to the ends of the earth. I also want to show my appreciation for all that you've done for me, for the information and knowledge you have provided me. In this way, I want to contribute with what I know, freeing us from the darkness I have helped to create. I don't know if all the brothers and sisters joined to this Facebook group know me and my shameful magical origin, but just as the big corporations have tricked us all into falling for the lies of darkness, the selfish people of the world I was a part of have kept you away from my knowledge. The magic that runs through my blood has been the curse I've had to carry since the day I was born. Because of it, I've been forced to commit atrocities such as murder. Since the day of ascension has arrived, I want to free myself from the chains that still bind me to this earthly plane. In this special moment, where we'll release ourselves from the carnal yoke, I want to get rid of the character that I've had to carry all my life. Today, Harry Potter will die to give way to something greater. Therefore, and as a farewell to this mortal body, I will tell the details that have brought me to you as I lived them. I'm not sure, my beloved, that if you're all aware that when magic is applied to a technological object, it tends to break down or explode. For this reason, it really was a surprise to me when the wizarding world was invaded by the social media epidemic that has affected us. The increased contact between the wizarding community and the muggle world, as non-magic people are called, represented a potential security breach that endangered the international statute, Wizarding Secrecy. This statute forces us to remain silent about our nature in order to insulate ourselves in the elite webs of lies. Through the actions of light, witches and wizards who have always been secretive about their own nature were slowly losing their fear of exposure, thanks to the anonymity offered by the internet. Social networks, especially Facebook, became the new fascination in what used to be my world. Its use was so viral that the oppressive misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office was unable to seize all the mobiles and computers that had been modified to be unaffected by the residues of magic. The sudden use of technologies meant that the fine line separating what was my world from the Muggle world was gradually becoming blurred. The ancestral magical families were slowly realizing that we were no longer in the Middle Ages, that we were entering the age of truth and knowledge. This situation, combined with the sudden interest of muggles in magic and esotericism, which had been growing steadily since the 90s, forced the Ministry for Magic to take matters into its own hands. It was thus that the Department of Control for Magical and Non-Magical Communications was created. It was a coincidence? No. It was established by divine will that I was one of the few experienced Aurias. The Aurias are something like the magical police, with a close relationship to the Muggle world. So I was immediately selected to be in charge of the directions of the department. At the time, I wasn't very interested in Facebook, or any of its derivatives. To me, it was nothing but a waste of time. As Harry, the savior of the wizarding world Potter, didn't need any more media attention than I was already receiving. I was so wrong. I don't know what would have become of my soul if I'd remained ignorant like that. The activities I carried out in my job were mainly focused on reviewing all the information found on the net, separating and classifying the publications made by charlatan muggles from those made by real wizards who spread our secrets carelessly. Now that I talk about it, I can't feel more ashamed of my actions. But you have to forgive me, my brothers and sisters, this all happened long before I knew the light. As I was saying, this task was extremely exhausting, and even with a team of more than 50 people, made up of wizards and muggle-born experts in cybersecurity, it was really difficult to filter all the information. Sometimes it wasn't even clear at first glance when a post was magical or not. At the same time, it was very common for fake enlightened people to act on the fantasy that is necessary to hide the information, to protect those who are uninitiated in whatever they consider as the truth. In this way, most of the communities we had to investigate were sheltered in hidden Facebook groups. That's where my experience as an Aurea came into play. Normally, one of my computer engineers would identify a Facebook group of interest, the social network that had covered almost the entire market of the wizarding world, which I would infiltrate to inspect the contents of their posts. Some missions were easier than others, and for the most part, I could tell that the people within these Facebook groups were doing nothing more than repeating the nonsense they themselves had made up a week earlier. Thus, in the event that I determined that a Facebook group or user posed a security risk, I was obliged to deploy tactical operations to search for the perpetrators in order to bring them to Wizzingmagot, the representatives of our justice system, for their trial and subsequent conviction. Just as we erased any trace of this information from the internet, censoring in an unjust manner anything that we didn't like. That's how I got to know the Facebook group of the Guardian of the Galactic Federation of Light. Normally this wouldn't be a group that would be in our radius of vigilance. The precepts and doctrines that you shared were not directly related to the wizarding world. But there was something in this desperate look of that engineer who informed me about you that motivated me to investigate you. I honestly have never been so grateful to anyone in my life. I believe that all the hardship and suffering I've gone through has been a preparation to bring me to this point. Most of you already know what I mean. If I had not gone through so much hatred, neglect and abandonment, it is very likely that I wouldn't have opened myself up to your teachings. I am a living testimony of the veracity of the Federation's words. For me, you're not only a Facebook group, of course not. You've helped me to channel my true power. Without you, I would never have been able to open my third eye. I no longer feel pain, nor cold. You've saved me in the most profound way that a human being can be saved. Before you, I was nothing. I was nobody. Your teachings have been a blessed gift from heaven. There have been many who have tried to stop me, who have tried to prevent me from bringing the truth to every person within my reach, who have mistreated me, humiliated me, and called me crazy. Those people I have tried to save hated me. I have finally understood that my true family is among you, that those who don't want to follow the true path of salvation cannot be saved. I'm no one without you. I no longer need my wife and children. I no longer need my pretentious work, for the day of ascension has come, where all of us will spiritually depart to the mothership to join those who came before us. The day has come to end the suffering of humanity, of the world we have destroyed, of the society that crushes the innocent. It is time to return home to our cosmic family, as was done with Alpha Centauri. We have been fighting for 4,000 years against the darkness that invades the galactic nations, and it is time to offer our energy to the Council for the maintenance of peace in the universe. I will end this Facebook Live by inviting you to join me on this path. The time has come for all of us to ascend, for planetary liberation, for the triumph of light on Earth. The truth shall set us free. Raise your shouts with me, brothers and sisters. Avada Kedavra!
This is Elma Cole. I was a nurse practitioner within the Luna Colony station of Earth's moon. By the time you receive this, the Luna Colony may already be lost. Proceed with caution. Do not hope for survivors. And please, please, don't let the alien out. I escaped on a single-man spacefaring ship that was docked in an emergency substation. It appears to originate from Earth and is a Wayland Corp vessel. In fact, it could have been the ship that brought the alien here. This cruiser could have belonged to the man we were working on. How is that for coincidence? I should have been heading to my bunk. I had already reached overtime and was ready to be alone. Too many people were dying. Their bodies were refusing the air of terraformed space rather than embracing it. Maybe it was only a matter of time that the angry hand of God finally struck us down. Maybe humans had finally reached too far. He came in complaining of severe chest pain. The doctor was nearing exhaustion and as such was shaky at best. He practically begged me to stick around. He didn't want to be responsible for making a wrong decision or possibly killing someone. I couldn't say no. I stayed to help, and we checked him in. We escorted him to the only room we had left, Operation. Oh, he thought we planned to cut into him. He kept asking if it was really that bad. We had no idea. We promised him it wasn't. We assured him that it was probably gas or some expected complication from long periods spent traveling in space. We were sure we were right, but in the end, he was. We hooked him up to an EKG. Of course, the doctor's first instinct was heart attack or murmur. The results were startling. They created more questions and provided zero answers. While we looked them over, the man started groaning until he was screaming. The doctor and I both stood over him. We had no idea what could be happening. I held onto one arm and the doctor held onto the other. The man writhed underneath us like a child attempting to avoid a needle. His cries were not caused by fear or stubbornness, however. The spacefarer was in significant pain. The doctor ordered me to knock him out, to put him under with some form of anesthesia. I turned to do so, but it was already too late. That's when it happened. His chest cavity exploded.
Pieces of his flesh and blood flew across the room. The doctor and I were covered in his entrails and the fluids from within. We looked to each other and then to the open cavity in front of us. We expected it to be vacant of any of his internal organs, considering they had been thrown across the room. But it was not empty. An inhuman creature was protruding from his chest. It was slick, light brown, and like nothing I had ever seen on Earth or in space. An alien. It had a long, slender body that jutted out and coiled within. Small arms with sharp claws hugged its torso, and its head curved forward, eyeless, and devoid of any human features. Worst of all, its mouth hissed at us, open and filled with rows of teeth. Instead of coming from space, the first recorded alien came from inside a man. I stared at it, and I could feel it staring back at me. The doctor tried to attack it. I'm not sure if he acted on instinct or hoped to secure the alien somehow. I watched while he grabbed a scalpel and lunged at the creature. The alien sprung from the open chest and latched onto the doctor's throat. It wrapped the cylindrical part of its body around his neck, and I heard him gasping for air. He tried to strike it with a scalpel, but ended up stabbing his own flesh. I found myself backing away. I knew the protocols. I couldn't let it out into the general populace. I backed further until I was standing outside of the operating room. I heard the doctor's screams for help when I pushed the button and the door lock engaged. He fell to the ground and gurgled while the alien bit further into him, feeding on him, digging deeper and deeper inside. I watched for several moments from the observation tech until someone was behind me. Their voices were stressed and concerned. They asked me what had happened, but I didn't have time to answer. They looked through the window and into the room. They saw the doctor lying on the ground. I couldn't stop them. They disengaged the door lock and ignored my cries. The alien erupted, much larger than before, from the corpse of the doctor and was suddenly on the security guards. I tried to engage the lock again, but one of the men reached out to me. He begged me to take his hand. He was covered in blood. I pulled away and his body straddled the door. I could hear the alien ripping into his flesh and his cries of pain. While I backed away into the halls, the door kept trying to close. The guard's body twitched between them, his eyes empty and staring at me. I ran until I was in my room, grabbing what I could before someone else decided to initiate a full lockdown. Protocol forced me to leave them, to contain the entity and retreat. I must report the alien so that it can be studied. The amount of people it has to feed on within that station should ensure that it grows to full adulthood. The cameras throughout, owned by the Wayland Corporation, will provide accessible and clear viewing of its evolution and hunting tactics. I, Alma Cole, an artificial person, or synthetic as is humans' preference, will keep my body and memories intact until I return to Earth. I am recording my testimony in case something unexpected occurs in the interim. If I cannot be salvaged, hopefully this transmission can be. This is android and nurse practitioner Elma Cole of the Luna Colony Station. The distance to Earth is only 3 days. I will remain aware and functional until I breach its atmosphere. I cannot wait to return home with the good news.
Ever since I was a boy in Oxford, I have gone hunting with my father. We were true predators. We spent every summer tracking stags, every winter chasing pheasants. I once spent an entire year scrambling through brush trying to catch sight of a giant hare. My father died a wealthy man, but an unfulfilled one. He lacked that spark, that gift, that je ne sais quoi, that desire to seek more than what is offered to us firsthand. And that is why he will not be remembered, and I will become a legend. I am Lord Alan Connell of the Oxford Connells. I doubt anyone here in Africa will know that name, the wealth and prestige associated with it. But they will soon enough. History will make sure of that, for I have stalked the greatest and most dangerous predator known to man. And I dare say I have been hunted by it in return. Alan Connell, the great white hunter, has finally met his match, but by God's good graces, not his end. I came to this continent years ago in search of what I hoped would be my greatest trophy to date, but after experiencing the thrill of tracking rhinos and slaying elephants, I still did not feel a great sense of accomplishment. After all, it had all been done before. I needed to do something exceptional. And it's when I had a certain notion. I would hire a young man to be my guide. I would have him take me into the jungles that he would know much better than I. And then I would begin the chase. I, the hunter, and he, the prey. He, of course, would have the upper hand. He knew the trails and the signs of how to return to civilization, such as it is, but I would have the gun, and I would pursue him like any great hunter would. It was an exciting and a dangerous notion, but the thrill of the chase was too intoxicating to pass up. I found a capable and athletic boy named Amari. Soon he would become my quarry, and I his predator. I entered the jungle, trailing just behind young Amari with a simple Lee Enfield rifle, a canteen of clean water, and my father's brass compass. I waited until we had wandered into the deepest parts of the rainforest. I bided my time until I knew for certain that I was truly lost. I knew we had come from the east, and I could always find my way out again. But when the hunt began, I wanted to have absolutely zero advantage. I wanted this to be my greatest challenge, and my most fabled triumph. Amari spoke little English, and it took me some time to explain the situation he now found himself in. I had to shoot at his feet a few times and waste precious ammunition before he finally grasped what was happening. It was not entirely futile, however. At least the loud and unfamiliar sound of gunfire would keep the jungle's naturally occurring predators away. But unfortunately for me, it had no effect on the unnatural ones. I gave Amari a fair head start. I'm not a monster, after all. What good is the game if I already know where to find it? After a few hours, I packed up camp and followed his trail. It was not long until my mind began playing tricks on me. I continuously felt as if something was watching me, like there were eyes in the trees following my movements. At times I thought perhaps Amari was more capable than I thought, but then I would remember the fear my gunshots had inspired and shake the idea away. But the feeling never subsided. Something was observing me from the jungle canopy. A skilled hunter, watching and waiting for me to fall into its trap. And I'm ashamed to admit that I foolishly did. It used a net. A net! Of all things, I never thought I would have fallen for such a trick. My initial reaction was to believe that it was young Amari's doing. I cried out to him, angry that he had tricked me so. Then I laughed heartedly and began to writhe my way to freedom. That is when I noticed that the netting was not made of some primitive grass or jungle vine, but rather a metal wiring unlike anything I had ever seen. It was at this moment that I dare say this is the first time I truly felt fear. Amari came from the bushes then. He was an angry young man, fearful but obviously enraged by my actions. He took my rifle from my hand and pointed it at my chest. I could not believe it. How unsportsmanlike. I yelled to him. I said, "Bad form, old boy, to shoot a man when he's defenseless." If he had been left to his own devices, I fear that may have been the end of the Connell bloodline and the legacy of the true predator. But then, something strange occurred. Amari's face shifted from determination to disbelief. At first I thought that my words impugning his courage had hit a nerve, and the boy might actually cut me down. But eventually I saw it. A thick, horizontal line of blood seeping through his clothes across his chest. And after a few moments, his torso fell clean away, until it was almost as if his body was hovering in midair, without breast, arms, or head. Eventually, his bottom half hit the ground, and I was staring into empty space. Well, not entirely empty. There was what appeared to be the shape of an unorthodox blade smeared with Amari's blood. Several moments passed before it chose to reveal itself to me. The concealed hunter. It was monstrous, clad in some foreign, strange garb. Advanced, certainly, but also tribal. It had atop its head something like hair bound in thick ropes, similar to that I have seen on the heads of those from the West Indies, and had a strange metallic mask covering its face. There was a red light emitting from the holes where I assumed its eyes would be. It did not speak. It did not act as if it noticed me at all. It took the boy's severed torso in its hands, and as easily as peeling a fruit, ripped away his head. There was a bag on its hip. That is where it stored Amari. Afterwards, it finally turned its attention towards me. I was dreadfully afraid, mind you. Who would not be in the face of something so unusual? It leapt to the trees in a single bound, and did something that caused the net I was trapped in to fall to the earth, and I along with it. I scrambled away. I drove my hand into the dirt and thrashed until I was outside of its metallic web. It leapt down from the treetops and tore the net from me. It stood only but a moment as we watched each other in silence. Perhaps it appreciated my skill as much as I did its. Or perhaps it was wondering whether or not my head would make a decent and sizable trophy. Just like young Amari's did.
That weirdo gives me the creeps. I haven't been fucked up over someone since 80. There's something wrong with that geek. Put my badge on it. This is Sergeant James Dokes of Miami Metro. If something has happened to me and someone is listening to this, trust me, there is something wrong with Dexter. I don't think his sister Deb knows. She loves the guy. Looks up to him even. Seeks his advice, that sort of shit. Maria feels like some kind of way about him. And Angel doesn't know when to suspect people. He's an honest cop. An honest cop without the sense. A sense you can only get from experience. I guess I'm kind of jealous of him for it. Seeing Renee again, or Bayard as he calls himself now, really fucked up my sense. This game with the ice truck killer and now the Bay Harbor Butcher. I can't make heads or tail of any of it. That fucking geek from forensics though, Dexter Morgan, he knows more than he's saying. Something about the ice truck killer, or maybe even the Bay Harbor Butcher. I'm gonna figure it out though. I'm gonna figure out why Dexter always gives me the fucking creeps. Bayard. He reminded me of Haiti, of Papa Doc, and the Tauntaun Macoun. They were a paramilitary force I encountered when I was an operative with the United States Army Rangers. It's all top secret. I don't think I've ever really talked to anyone about it. I'd probably get shot if they knew I was recording any of it. But there's so many dangers, so many reasons for me to be afraid for my life. The ice truck killer, the Bay Harbor Butcher, Bayard, Guerrero, and Dexter. Something or someone is gonna kill me soon. If my sense is good for anything, it tells me when to be afraid. And every day that passes, I am more and more. Tauntaun Macoun, Haitian for Uncle Gunnysack. Papa Doc and his boys named themselves after the boogeyman of Haiti. Uncle Gunnysack was like Krampus without Christmas. He would kidnap and punish kids who had been bad by throwing them into his gunny sack and carrying them off to be eaten for breakfast. Only someone more fucked up like the Bay Harbor Butcher would want to be named after something like that. I don't know. Maybe serial killers aren't as evil as the Tauntaun Macoun. They would force mothers to carry the heads of their dead children. They would make fathers rape their daughters. They drown people. Dumping bodies in water. I guess the Bay Harbor Butcher and the Tauntaun Macoun do have something in common. I couldn't stop myself when I saw Bayard. I had to shoot him. Angel will never understand. Then again, he doesn't need to. They'll cover it up for me. They'll sweep it all under the rug. Because they know. They understand. Once you've been there, once you see what evil men can do, you can't let them live. There's something wrong at Miami Metro. I can sense it. That's some evil I felt when I came face to face with Papa Doc in Haiti. That evil wanders the station. Fucking Dexter. How can the others not see it? The guy plays around with blood all day. That would make anyone messed up after a while. Or maybe he already is. Maybe that's why he's so good at it. I'm gonna catch him. Whatever he's up to, whatever he's doing, I'll figure it out. He may have the entire station full, but my sense doesn't lie. We'll find the ice truck killer, then the Bay Harbor Butcher. Maybe even more members of the Tauntaun Macoun. Fuck it, I'll take them all on. Deb Morgan is turning into a good partner. She doesn't have the sense yet, but her instincts are there. With her help, I could crack all these cases wide open. I could send them all away. All except one. One that Deb would never help with. She would never understand. I'm gonna figure out what he's up to, and I'm gonna put a stop to it. I wonder what blood experts do in their off hours. I guess it's time to find out. Nothing wrong with a little reconnaissance. It's not the first time I've tailed him, after all. Maybe if I can land something solid, Maria would start listening to me about him. Maybe she'd realize that her little pet in forensics isn't all that he appears to be. Being the son of Harry Morgan won't always save him. I know there's something wrong with you, Dexter. You've always given me the creeps. My father's name was Herbert Fowler. His father's before him was Herbert too. I've shared the same name with him for the last 32 years. Hopefully, one day I'll have my own Herbert Jr. of my own. But that night in Deary, Maine almost took that future away from me. A single evening almost made sure that I would never see my wife or family again. I'm a Christian man. I believe in God, angels, Jesus, and the devil. But ghosts? Monsters lurking under our beds and in the dark? Those aren't real. Or at least, I thought they weren't. My God. Derry was supposed to be a layover. a resting point in a long road trip back home. Instead, it'll forever be a nightmare I'll never forget. A night where I question everything that I believe in. Jesus, I still do. It was a rundown motel called the Knight's Inn. There was a single guy running it. He was a strange man with a large forehead and a pinstripe suit. When he saw me, his cheeks upturned into a freakish smile. I almost turned back the other way. But then he smoked. "Say hello, Georgia, we have a new visitor to Derry." A little boy in a yellow raincoat appeared from behind the counter. It hadn't rained since I arrived in Derry, but I guess it must have in the hours before my arrival. The young man called Georgie smiled at me. His expression was less creepy and more innocent.
"Hey, mister,"
he said.
"Do you have any popcorn?"
I told him, "I'm sorry, but I don't have any popcorn." The man sitting next to Georgie pulled him back. His voice took a strange turn then, while he followed up on Georgie's comment. "Here in Derry, popcorn's Georgie's favorite," he said, "because they pop, 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 pop." I tried to push the conversation along. After a few eerie and painfully lingering moments, the clerk finally let me go. He gave me a key to my room and said, "Enjoy your stay in Derry." I rushed away to room 19. I didn't bother unloading my luggage. I just needed a place to rest, and Derry, Maine was as good as any. I didn't trust the showers. I barely trusted the beds. I laid down and flipped on the television. News stories echoed on throughout the night about rising missing persons cases and upcoming festivals. I tried desperately to get some rest, but I really just couldn't. It was too damn hot. I hate the water. Honestly, I've never really learned how to swim. Imagine that. 32 years old and still not able to survive a single inch in the water. Thank goodness Derry wasn't flooding. I would have floated away. Despite everything in me that told me not to, I left the room. It was pitch black outside. If the man in the pinstripe suit and his son Georgie weren't asleep already, I would have called it child abuse. I walked down the decrepit steps until I was standing in the fenced-off pool area of the motel's backyard. There weren't any lights. The only guide I had was the moonlight reflecting off the pool's murky surface. As soon as I was next to the water's edge, I immediately regretted ever leaving my room. There was something in the water. A dark shadow that looked massive and somewhat human. The closer I got, the more visible it became. Everything in me wanted to turn away, but my curiosity kept my feet moving forwards. I should have hopped in my car and left Derry for good. I should have sped away until the small town was nothing but a faraway dot in my rearview mirror. Instead, I leaned down towards the water. The shadows seemed to get bigger and clearer. I froze in fear when it came to the realization that it was some sort of demon. A voice in front of me started to speak. I knew the source of the reflections was there. But I couldn't look away from the water's surface. I could only listen while my sweat poured off my brow and landed in the water. It said, "Don't be afraid of the water, Herb. In Derry, we all float down here." Don't be afraid of the water, Herb. In Derry, we all float down here. I looked up. God forgive me, I looked. Standing across the pool's surface was a clown. It looked like the man at the counter, except with makeup and an even more misshapen head. His bright red hair receded far beyond what was normal. He had the same wide-eyed expression and unnaturally upturned grin. The only difference from the thing in front of me and the man at the desk wasn't just the clown outfit, but the blood that dripped from his mouth and the severed human arm he held at his waist. It opened its mouth and let out an inhuman roar. I screamed. My feet gave way under me, and I found myself slipping into the water. I was sinking deeper below the surface, struggling for air. I fought against my own weight. I couldn't move my arms enough to reach the top. A small hand gripped my ankle. I looked down into the dark. The boy in the yellow raincoat was pulling me. Georgie. He was pale now, and his arm was completely gone. The vision of the clown chewing on a severed limb filled my mind. Terror rose in my gut and pushed me harder. I kicked and flailed my arms. I willed myself upwards until I broke the water's surface. In a matter of minutes, I was struggling onto the concrete of the poolside. I coughed up murky water as I struggled to stand. I could hear its horrible laughter while I hopped the fence to my car. I turned the key repeatedly until it cranked to life. Finally, I was racing down the highway and away from Derry, Maine. Forever. I'm a Christian man. I believe in God, angels, Jesus, and the devil. But ghosts, monsters lurking under our beds and in the dark, those aren't real. Demons, though? Demons certainly are.